take home less than half of my check just initially in taxes. And then, like I said, every time I buy something on Amazon or on the street or go to a bodega or anything, I'm paying taxes on everything that I buy.
Can I ask you a question? And I always wanted to know this. Why do New Yorkers and Californians still live in New York and California?
Because we're masochists.
Y'all like a glutton for punishment, huh? Because y'all got some of the worst tax. Like,
and space. Have you
exactly.
seen? Oh my God! It's like they got less than a matchbox.
My rent's $3K, and I have a big apartment. I'm not gonna front. I have a 3-bedroom. It's actually kind of big compared to other apartments in New York. But my rent is $3,000 a month. That's a month.
Hey, look, let me ask y'all this though. Well, why ain't niggas left America? At all, we done been through the worst shit.
You know why? It's easier to leave California or New York than to leave America. Let's just keep it real, my nigga. It's way easier to move another state over than a whole crossing the pond or some shit.
Well, tell all the Mexicans that done walked here.
I mean, they're right under Texas. They're right under Texas, dog.
Tell everybody that done walked here.
And to the person who's asking why do we still live here? I mean, have you ever been to Northern California?
I have. Okay. California is beautiful. I lived in California for a little while. But
but you're not from Cali, so maybe you don't have the same level of appreciation for natural beauty that you do. But here's the thing: you pay for what you want. It's like when you go in whatever store you go in and you choose to purchase whatever it is that you choose to purchase. That is a choice. Sometimes based on need, sometimes based on want. Right? But the value of how you spend your money has to do, how you spend your money has to do with what you value. So I'll just say for somebody who lived in Texas for 15 years, I've lived many places throughout my life, but most recently, I moved to Texas for 15 years. Now I've been back in Cali for 10. I'm here for family. I'm here to be in proximity to my children and my family.
My grandma.
So for me, that's one of the reasons. However, there are talks of us buying land somewhere where we can create that compound out California, right? Right now, this is where we is home. This is base. I think that was Eric or somebody talking about space. Not everybody. New York maybe is more limited on their space, especially maybe like in Manhattan or whatever. Not necessarily all the boroughs. But we're not limited on space out here, baby, in Cali. We don't have no lack
here in New York. But I mean, for the money, $1 million for a matchbox, that's an issue.
That's a fact.
That's an issue. Ain't no way I'd have been left. I'm just saying.
But it's also easier.
That's why they drove the prices of the houses up in the South, because a lot of them did migrate, especially during COVID, from those places to like Texas and Alabama and stuff, and they drove the housing prices up.
But it's easier to be the devil that you know than the devil you don't know. Because I tried it. I moved to fucking Connecticut. Right back to New York. And I live in the Bronx. I live in a very, commercial area.
I was in Connecticut.
Girl, I was in Litchfield. I think we were the only black people in that hotel. I ran right back to New York. I got the hell out of there. I think I even saw a KKA hug one time. And I was like, oh no, I gotta get out of here. We ran.
Yeah, that's another thing to the brother's point about people moving. I know quite a few people that have moved to Texas, Atlanta, North Carolina, pretty much those areas, South Carolina too, but mostly North. And there's a lot of people that move back. Just being able to save some money, culture, environment, there's a lot of difference. And some people just can't handle those differences and they end up moving back. Yeah, depending on what area, like again, I'm in the East Bay, and I'm looking at some duplexes, and they're anywhere between 7 to 850. Lot size differs, you know what I'm saying? So, location does matter, Erica, with respect to, like you said, Matchbox for $1 million. I don't know where that is. But, our real estate prices have been inflated, similar to New York for I don't know how long as I can remember. But I wanted to ask a question, Erica, about that doomsday claim. And just to see if anybody has any information as to why. I know it has the coordinates or the code or whatever, right? But why China? Like, I mean, why is it? Right, is that true that it was in that area in China?
Don't understand.
Does anybody know?
What's the question you asking again? What you mean? Like,
So that claim, there was some talk. So in my area, again, I'm in Northern California, and there was some sightings a couple of days ago of the aircraft making, it was spotted in the Central Valley area, and they were talks about it making these mock landings, right? Then the very next day, that was on the 8th, then the very next day, there was some talk of it being en route to China. Has anybody else heard that information?
Is that about that alien spacecraft or something?
Yes, that's the
Yeah, they were saying something about the way it's moving, about that it's looking for a space to park, and they need a big enough space to park in the airspace, and they're looking for that. That's the way they think it. That's what's going on, because the way it's moving around and about, it's trying to scout out the biggest space areas so it can park itself. So that's what they say. I don't know. Wait till they find out if it's real that it's kids that's doing it.
But it's specifically
China.
But it's specifically to direct nuclear forces. Like, it's not just a regular thing. I just didn't know why it was in China's airspace. That was the part that confused me a little bit. If nobody knows, then it's cool.
Who airspace you would prefer it to be in?
Shit, they can stay over there in China.
Well, if we're at war with Iran, it would have made logical sense to me if it was in airspace. But it's in China's airspace. Is that the next move? Is that a proactive, a strategic? Like, I don't know. Like I said, just curious to see if anyone else had any other perspective information.
What up, bus spots? What y'all got going on, man? What's good with you, Red?
What up, half a part?
What's up, Eugene? What's up?
What up, Cutie? What's up, Miss Anita? Total my prodigy my total is the
Half a part, what it do?
Hey, man, I'm sitting back looking at it. Just got out of news, the channel 6, channel 27 news, and it finally got my flick market rolling, man. It's gonna be shit. It's about that money now. I done went broke. Get this damn thing off the ground.
So I'm gonna put my cash app up top. Y'all, Bus Box people, y'all put some money in my account. I'm broke now, and yeah, I need some help. I need some help, family. Yeah, but that's what I've been up to. What you been up to, Red? Total Bo, what you got going on?
Hey, big money. I ain't ready to tell you yet. I ain't ready.
Are you gonna be moving? Where you moving to? You know, got the house built now. You know, not
yet. I'm still working on. I'm in beta. I think they call it beta.
Beta.
Yeah, I'm in the beta mode. But I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait, y'all. I want to see what you got, man. I want to see what you got. Show us when they lay the foundation. Put up the job, drywall, bricks, blocks, whatever you got going on.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let everybody know. Everybody gonna be happy. Everybody gonna be happy.
You gonna get your wife next and have a bunch of children, or what you gonna do?
Well, can I have a white lady in it too, please?
You gotta ask. You gotta either ask.
Almost threw up then. That nigga is so. Oh my God, you a fucking.
They get irritated when I start.
Can I have a white one, please? That's so weird, bro.
They got your they just trying to push their buttons.
Not can I have a good woman? Can I have a white one?
You can. Coward. Y'all do me so bad. No love.
Melissa might let you have one. Michelle called you a coward. Damn.
It's rough out here in these streets, man. These clubhouse streets, man.
He just wants those white minority benefits.
That's what he want. Or he want to look good in front of everybody. You know, Smokey Robinson back in the days, guys, when Smokey Robinson, no, not Smokey Robinson. What's the boy name? What's the boy name? No, the one that owned Motown. Quincy.
Oh, Mr. Robinson, yeah.
Y'all remember when he did that interview and they asked him about million outside of his race, what he said? Y'all remember?
Talking about Barry Gordy.
Barry Gordy, Quincy Jones. Well, I want to marry the white girl. Married the baby. Matter of fact, he's married. He is married.
That was Tupac was dating his daughter.
Well, he used to be married to Diana Ross, I think, too. One of the girls. He had a baby by or something. It might be Quincy. Yeah, it is Quincy.
Now you're talking about Barry Gordy. Barry Gordy got a baby by Diana Ross.
Well, okay, so anyway, the story is when they was interviewing this boy said the reason why he started dating white women and decided to marry one because back then that was the populace among black men. Having a white girl, Jamal, that gave you status. That said, oh man, he got that top creme de la creme. That nigga got to be bad if he get him a white girl on his arm. You understand? So yeah, that's what he said now. He said, hey, he had to step up his game.
Have some status.
That's kind of fucked up.
These hard-headed chimpanzees ain't doing no good.
That's a
To use white women as a symbol.
That was an insult.
That's crazy.
That was an insult.
Yeah, because I was shocked.
Nigga like that. Call a black woman chimpanzee. Use a goddamn slob. Dirty ass motherfuckers.
Period.
In history, historically, that was a status symbol for black men. Unfortunately, it was something that was out of reach. If you notice, Supreme Court justices, most of them had white women to get a high position in status.
They were Jack Johnson, though.
White women. And it's interesting, that's why everybody was surprised Barack Obama, had a black wife, but, he didn't have a black mother. So that's a different story. But, it was a sad O.J. Simpson, That was a historical thing. When you made it to a certain level, you tried to get a white woman.
And black,
That's
let's,
Hey, look, now let's be fair now. Look.
Hold on 1 second. And
Okay.
let's be real. It wasn't a thing of the past. That's a thing of the current.
Yeah,
Black
it's
men
still
still
today.
want to have certain level of respect from their white counterparts and feel that the way in which to do so. I'm right now calling black women chimpanzee. You wild, but and still want that level of respect from their white counterparts and feel that a white woman is a status symbol. That's still in effect today, brother.
Absolutely, and it has its roots.
I don't know. Well, listen. What those niggas who feel like that, right? That's just them. Cause I guess it come from how you raised, and cause like for me, my uncle dated white women, but he could never bring a white woman to my grandmama's driveway. See what I'm saying? My grandmama used to tell him, "Don't give a damn how you sleep with, but you can't bring her over here." Cause my grandmama come from cleaning up behind white folks for 20 years. See what I'm saying? Or when she was a little girl. So us bringing white folk home was a no-no. And then see, like for me, I ain't never slept with a white girl. I remember I told y'all I tried. My shit didn't work. And I took that as a sign to never try again. So my biology won't even let me, you see what I'm saying, touch no white pussy, right? But for some men, like you are right, Black, they did feel like having a white woman would put them at a higher status and it could open them up certain doors because of who is on their arm, who they with. So I get that. But then on the other hand, you had niggas like Jack Johnson that felt like, nigga, I'm rich, I'm gonna fuck these white women, and I'm gonna beat up on these white men, they can do about it. That's what Jack Johnson said. Jack Johnson said, I'm gonna beat up white men and I'm gonna fuck they women because they can't do shit about it.
Yeah, and that's the same law they used to take on Buffett now, boy. They put that boy to white.
Yeah. They fucked my nigga up, man. They created laws behind my nigga. We can't even speed because of him. We can't even speed because of that nigga.
So they still won in the end. Look at that.
That shit crazy. 500 one way, 500 back, nigga, because he say he speeding back, nigga. He ain't slowing down. They had to create laws around this nigga. Because listen, he was the first nigga that was transporting white women from one state to another one, fucking them. Like moving prostitutes or women, white women, whoever, from one state to another, fucking them. They had to create laws behind this shit that this nigga was doing because if he had been doing this shit with black women, they'd have never gave a fuck. It was white women involved, and then it's not like he making them do it. These women are lusting after this strong nigga. Listen to what I'm telling you, bro. These white women was lusting after this man. Do you know the history and the story of Jack Johnson?
Yeah, he got hit with the Man's. He got hit with the Man's Act. It's like he was the P. Diddy of his time. What are you talking about?
That's what I just meant. I just said he was transporting white pussy across state lines.
He did. He was transporting black men.
He was like R. Kelly back then.
Right, that's the difference.
Oh yeah, he was. Niggas and bitches. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, so but Jack Johnson, he the reason why some of these laws still exist today because of the shit that he was doing that they didn't want him to do that he was doing with white women. See, that's why I said if he had been doing that shit with black women, they'd have never gave a fuck. Because he got all these goddamn white women. Listen, they made the movie King Kong about this nigga. That's what the movie King Kong was about. Jack Johnson.
Well, I never knew that. That's interesting.
Yeah, the King Kong. Go back and look at the origin of who they created King. It was around Jack Johnson. The whole white girl, the criminal, all that shit, the symbolism of him fucking with them white women.
Yeah, that's not
wow, I'm doing it right now. Thank you.
All right.
That's what Dave Chappelle was talking about in his recent stand-up at the end.
Yeah, I remember. When he did those, when he had the Chappelle show, he did this shit.
What's up?
You know, it's crazy. They took that same shit and put it on your boy LeBron James and put him on the cover of Sports Illustrated looking like King Kong holding on to that fucking white woman.
Yep.
So look that shit.
I was just about to bring that up. Because
Wasn't she the owner of the Lakers? The white lady that was on there with him?
No, you're talking about something else.
No, I didn't see. I'm confused.
No, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated way back when it's like his third year on the league, third year on the league. What you're talking about happened like last year when he was on the sideline and Jeannie Buss and the lady that was married to Kurt Rambis was hanging all over and shit.
That's what he had.
Because the original King Kong came out, 1932? In the 30s. The original King Kong came out in like the 30s.
They did King Kong wrong. They didn't do King. They ain't show King Kong no love.
Yeah.
See, I fuck with Jack Johnson. That's why I was like, he was our first international, like, famous pimp. Like, he was doing this thing and the government hated him for it and created all this bullshit to stop what he was doing.
Yeah.
So he was getting money from them white women? You called him a pimp?
No, he was a trick. He was trick daddy, but he was still getting pussy up.
Yeah. See, but at that time,
they was mad because he was fucking all the hoes.
Well, I was just about to say, at that time, what he was doing was unheard of, and then, like I said, he was bragging about it. He was literally saying, "I'm gonna beat up these white men, and then I'm gonna fuck their women." Right? He was saying that. That's exactly because go back and look. None of them crackers at that time could beat Jack Johnson. He was knocking all their ass out. So he wasn't wrong about what he was saying.
I would be more like a Dr.
He should have married a black woman.
I don't know if he did marry a black woman. I just know he was fucking a lot of white women.
Somebody said Umar.
But I think he was doing that shit to be spiteful though.
That part. He definitely was. That part.
To be spiteful, like I'm whooping these white man asses and I'm fucking their shit about it. That's the mentality.
Then they found a loophole in the law and got his ass. They made a law for him. They created a law for that.
Stop it. That's what I'm saying. They couldn't stop what he was doing. He was making their ass look crazy. This big black nigga whooping these white men ass, and then
he gonna go fuck my daughter. That's crazy.
And at that time, a white man being humiliated, you know what I'm saying, and nationally like that, they can't. Listen, bro. For white men to lose like that or to be nationally humiliated like that, they can't have that type of shit. Where like that's why they always try to create these great white hopes of fighters and heroes and try to, make the playing field even for them so that these niggas can be world champs and all of that. But if you put them in a ring, pound for pound, brawn for brawn, with these niggas, white men will never win.
Well, big problem.
No,
I'm just.
That's why I had to laugh. That's what I'm saying, bro. But listen, through history, look at this. What has always beaten another nigga? A nigga. It's gonna take a nigga to beat another nigga. You ain't never named one of these crackers ever knock one of these niggas out.
What's that white boy beat Deontay Wilder? Where he from?
She got a point.
He put the work.
He had his number.
That's a start.
I'm not saying he can beat no.
He must be like,
right? That's what I'm saying. He
that nigga Eurasian.
Rocky
whooped his ass, but
Joe Lewis's ass.
Who did?
Rocky Marciano with Joe Lewis's ass.
That is a fact.
Come on, man. Y'all niggas ain't. What the fuck is wrong? That y'all niggas don't remember coming to America barbershop scene when they was talking about the white balls and the nigga said he whipped Joe Lewis's ass. They was talking about.
He was Italian, so technically.
They talking about the real Rocky. They talking about the real Rocky. Cause I seen the picture.
Talking about Rocky Marciano.
Yeah, I seen him. The real Italian nigga. Yeah, I think they call him the Italian Bull or some shit like that, or some nickname they gave that nigga. But I know exactly what you're talking about.
But because he was Italian,
I ain't never.
He had a black tendency, so.
I ain't never know he whooped the nigga ass. I thought they always set up and rigged his fights, cause most of his fights were mafia control. So I ain't never think that
Nigga, sports period. That's sports period.
I didn't never think that most of those fight. You know what I mean? Like these niggas in here fighting for real. Other than one of them got to throw the fight so these niggas could win. And just because remember he was in him being Italian anyway. All of his handlers and everybody that control everything he got going on is mob connected, especially at that time.
Got a point, Red. You got a point.
So that mean all sports rigged? That what you said?
Yeah.
Because the mob got it all sports.
Because see, listen, the mob
niggas playing poker and shit.
Right. See, the mob, the NFL, NBA, all of these niggas have this whole betting shit within the organization of in sports itself. So you have coaches, you have niggas that own teams, a nigga that have investments in teams, a nigga that's on the teams that's betting. And when it comes to this gambling shit, because a nigga can make 20-30 million off a bet.
So if a nigga come to you, if you don't throw the game, I'ma kidnap your kid type shit. I'ma definitely throw the game.
Or nigga, listen, you throw the game, shady points, 3 points, give us this field goal, nigga. If we win this, nigga, you can make 30 million off a loss.
Damn.
And it's just a regular season game.
That's crazy.
See what I'm saying? But then that's the temptation that these players and the pressure that they be under. Like, nigga, you can make 15 million a game just by diving. And this, you see what I'm saying? Y'all, this is a regular season game that niggas is betting on. See what I'm saying? So when you right, and that's what I'm saying. When you went to and that's why when you go back and you hear all these stories with MJ and all of these players that have these gambling debts that be gambling. All this shit just ain't poker. All this shit just ain't card. These niggas definitely not shooting dice. See what I'm saying? These niggas are
all that shit makes sense now.
These niggas are throwing these games. These saving points. These niggas are missing free throws. You see what I'm saying? These niggas are missing field goals. These niggas are taking three. You see what? This is because this is how the money adds up. This is like if you get 1 million niggas or 500,000 niggas to bet against this, and then you know these niggas gonna throw the game. See what I'm saying? You know how the points in this shit gonna add up in the end. See what I'm saying?
Red, didn't they get a career referee recently? In the NBA, didn't they get his ass for the same shit?
Yep. Yeah, because everybody's in on it.
Damn, the referee, the player, and the coach.
Yeah, everybody's in on it.
That was years ago. That was Tim Donnie. That was years ago, though.
Yeah, everybody's in on it, bro. Listen, remember when all of these it was years ago when all these college students, these college boys was getting paid, and they tried to make it seem like they was paying these college boys to try to recruit them, right? But not knowing that they was paying these college boys to throw these games, to throw these college games. See what I'm saying? And they made this whole
brother, they have to win by a certain amount of points.
Right, but this is how this shit works. See what I'm saying? We lose a certain amount of points, so a nigga throw a field goal in the third half, and this and how shit go. You see, they playing all this shit out because there's millions of dollars involved each game. Millions of dollars that's involved. Just like we know, just on a smaller scale with the $10 little shit that we bet at work, right? The little draw shit that, you know, people have, the little $10, $5 shit you sign up every Sunday, right? You can make 50,000 or 20,000 or 10,000 if you win on that shit. And that's just some small scale shit. See what I'm saying? Now think about when you put 10,000 in, right? If you bet 20,000 in, and if you hit, nigga, you get damn near 2.3 million. This is how they betting. See what I'm saying?
We need to get into the shit, yo. Who was
So that's why, like, in the government, when they charge these niggas and they indict these niggas and do all that, the only reason why they going to jail is because the government, again, is not getting a part of everything that's going on. See what I'm saying? That's why when you have these gambling rings and shit that's generating millions of dollars, these niggas going to jail. You know why? Because these niggas ain't paying nobody. See what I'm saying? That's how you stay safe. When you see niggas going to jail for shit like that, it's because they ain't paying nobody. They got sloppy. It's not going to stop because they went to jail. See what I'm saying? They just got to tighten up what the fuck they been doing. But it's not going to stop because sports going to stop.
Hey, Red, and I wasn't talking about that happened a long time ago with the ref. I was talking about what happened with, what is it, Tommy Vance, Christian Moral. It was across, but I guess these are high school, not in the professional league. I thought they were professional, but
yeah, since high school too, these niggas, damn, they got our kids too.
Yeah, it's everywhere, like you said.
Everywhere. Because it's just like even in high school, you have niggas in it. Just think about this. Because the betting shit has always went on. Even when we used to do the N1 shit in Rucker Park, right? It's still an economic system of betting amongst us, because you got niggas over here that got 50,000 on this team. You got these niggas over here that's betting 100,000 on this team. You got these niggas over here that got they 5, they 10s, they 20s, they 1,000, they 1,500s, they this, they that. And everybody's betting against somebody, or it's a big pot or somebody, but they bet. When you accumulate all this shit, all this money that's circulating, that these niggas got betting on, it's millions of dollars out here. See what I'm saying?
It's like running numbers shit, right? Like when they run numbers.
Just like the numbers game. It's the same. That's what we can't. That's our lane. The numbers game is our lane. That's the one thing that the black man created, and that he can say that we employed our people, we took care of our neighborhood, we funded churches, schools, we actually built infrastructure with the number system. And that shit is documented. Real estate, built our communities up. My nigga Teddy Rowe, the Johnson brothers, Bumpy Johnson. We had these in every communities. Remember, we started the numbers game, generating in a typical neighborhood like a Harlem or a South Side of Chicago, $15 to $25 million a year back then. Yeah, we talk about nickels and dimes.
Bumpy did a lot for the fucking community.
Yeah, we talking about nickels and dimes that added up every year to tens of millions of dollars that went back into the black neighborhood. And that was just us generating money, doing some shit of our entertainment for ourselves. That ain't had no outside sources. That was our pennies and dimes and monies that was in our communities that we betted on numbers, that generated money, that put people to work. That money, if you needed your light bill paid, or your son, something happened to one of your family members needed money for a burial, need the child to school, hey, we got you. That's what and remember, this is what orchestrated or made our banks. This is how our banks were created. With our number system, we had to have banks.
That's the same thing they do with the lottery now.
But and the lottery came from, listen,
they got it from us.
The mob stole it from us. The government took it from the mob. Simple as that.
And that supposedly goes straight to education.
Supposedly.
Yeah, all right.
And charity. Supposedly. So that's just a little history of like how much we contribute to this whole infrastructure. And the Irish wouldn't let us into bootlegging, wouldn't all the other shit. So we had to create the numbers games in order to make money and create something and have something for our own. That shit came out of us, out of the survival.
They still test us. Everything we do ends up being criminal. Whatever they do becomes a standard. Fuck out of here.
Yep. Just like how they demonize all of the Wally moonshine. But these elixirs that we were making in Tennessee, in the hills of the Carolinas, in Georgia, right? In on the rivers of the Mississippi Bank in Louisiana, these elixirs and oceans and this shit that we was making. This is what they banned during Prohibition. Nothing to do with white men drinking beer and beating on their goddamn women and all of that. They wanted y'all niggas to stop making those elixirs and that shit that they couldn't control, that you niggas were making no damn heels. And they think right. They demonized y'all niggas for making it and said that it was illegal, right? That's why they call them illegal substances and alcohol. Whatever, if you made that shit in your bathtub, in a bucket, if you didn't make that shit how they deemed that you should make it, that shit was illegal. See what I'm saying?
If they can't tax it, it's illegal.
And then they turn around and did what? Built distilleries, goddamn ran rum, beer, alcohol, gin, all of this shit and made millions. While if they catch you doing it, your ass is going to jail.
The same is true for counterfeiting, right? The Federal Reserve counterfeit money, but if you go into your garage and print money, then they're
your ass going to jail.
You're going to jail, right? And get this, okay? I don't know if you ever tried to copy money on a copier machine. Well, a copier machine won't even copy money.
Because the money has metals in it.
Hey, can I ask a quick question on the brother that was talking about the Federal Reserve counterfeit money? Can you expound on that? What you're saying that they put counterfeit notes out in distribution? I mean, in population?
No. Let me be a little bit more technical about what it says. It's fractional reserve banking, and it's more or less the commercial banks that actually can make money out of thin air. So the way it works is that if you deposit $10, they can loan out $9 on a fractional reserve, basically. So they're making money out of thin air, so to speak. So to them, that's all legal. But if we try to make money, or to try to Sinclair, I'm going to use him as an example. He was here in California during the Depression, and he wanted to put people to work working in the old garages of Hollywood. Hollywood had a lot of vacant studios back then during the Depression. So he wanted to house people and pay them with script that he created in order to pay the people and stuff from the commissary and from the stores around there. But the government shut him down. And another one is the Mormons. They tried to make their own money, and they shut them down. So the point that I was trying to make is that the government is the only one the banking system actually is not the government, is the only one that can create money from thin air or print their own money. So
they're actually allowed to print money, and when they do that, the dollar gets devalued. And another thing is the drugs, right? The FDA controls the drugs. The biggest drug deal in the world is Pfizer. Let you sell it, Nicole. See how much they give you.
So anything that we try to do to help ourselves or to create a means of exchange between ourselves, if we're not paying taxes on that money, and that's the biggest problem. Everything that we do, they want a piece of it.
But I thought taxes was illegal, though.
There it is, okay? They want a piece of all the money that we make, no matter where it comes from.
I could be mistaken, but didn't Trump get rid of the IRS and it's called something else now? It's not called the Internal Revenue Service. It's called the External.
Yeah, shit. That shit is still there.
Google.
Because I thought he removed it.
I don't think he changed it either. Yeah, I ain't really feeling Trump right now, man. This nigga.
Yeah, it's still the Internal Revenue Service.
The internal, right? Well,
he might have tried some shit, but he ain't gonna be.
But yeah, from my understanding, paying taxes is illegal. We're not supposed to be paying tax.
That's a fact. Or ask Melania, how much did they find that she has somewhere in an offshore account? Wasn't it like 200-something million or billions of dollars? I forgot.
Yeah, they brought down Red Fox because he didn't pay his taxes. There's numerous people that they sent to prison because they refused to pay tax.
Tax evasion. Yeah.
So it might be illegal, but think about this, right? That if you were, well, I don't know, I never lived in New York, but from my understanding is when that thug walked through your door and you didn't give him that money at a certain time, then he will come back and bomb your place. That's the same thing the IRS is doing. If you don't pay them your money, then you go into jail.
That's right.
Yeah. That's how they got Al Capone ass. Send his ass to jail for 11 years for tax
Facts.
And here's
if they can't get you.
And here's the thing. I have been filed since 2022. I live in California where we have state taxes. I get a letter say if I don't file that based on their estimation, which doesn't include any deductions or anything like that, that I owe them $2,500. So I filed, and they owe me $2,500.
Right.
So
You're just not gonna get a check.
But guess what? I ain't heard from the feds at all. Cause see, I know they owe me all these years. So you know what I mean? It's just crazy how people think that, oh, I don't have to, if you work a job, if you earn any money that is reported to them, whether it's W-2 or 1099, they're keeping record of that. And if they feel that you owe, they will come after you. So you ain't got to file that. It doesn't matter. And don't have no assets. Because, baby, when they come, they season shit.
Sis, they say I owe them $25,000. I don't know from fucking where, and they take more than half my fucking check. I went back and forth with them on that.
But see, get what? We agree to that shit. Listen, that's why I say I ain't giving no goddamn taxes to Social Security. I say to they, listen, I don't even know if I'm a goddamn C40. How the fuck I'm gonna know if I'm gonna retire when I'm 65 and what I want to do? I ain't finna give y'all my money for that long, and then I don't know if that shit still gonna be there when I decide to retire. I'm gonna come up with my own goddamn plan. I ain't putting my money to no goddamn Social Security.
And you know when your tax money goes, right, brother?
You don't work a job.
No, but you guys do know where your taxes go through, right? It's through investments. They invest, quote unquote.
That's what they say.
Money.
That's what they say. They tell us our tax to build roads, build bridges, pay for other stupid shit that it don't pay for wars. It's crazy how how the American taxpayer dollars don't pay for shit for the Americans, for us, what we want. Like, we don't even decide what we want to do with the tax money that's being gathered from us. All these, like, we don't ever say someone saying like, nah, we don't want this bridge. We want to repair this bridge. No, we don't want to pave this street. We want to goddamn build this school. Or no, we don't want to fund this goddamn program this year. We want to fund this program this year with our tax money. We don't, as a people, because, and I know this because when they say, well, they spend the tax money, they spend all the tax money, the American taxpayers on all these wars, you don't got to say so on that. We don't got no say so on all this shit that they buy. We don't got no say so on that. But what we are spending our taxpayer dollars on that, and we allowing this shit to happen. That's all I'm saying. That's why I'm like, shit, I file exempt. They ain't getting shit from me. That's why I be saying, like, yeah, y'all be thinking I be being funny, but when y'all be like, well, the American taxpayer dollar, this and I be like, well, shit, I ain't paying that shit. That's why I be saying what I be saying. I want all my money now. That's just how I feel. I want all my money now. I cross that bridge for that age.
And let me just say one thing. Filing exempt has to do with federal taxes, but it does not exclude IRS contribution. I'm sorry, Social Security contribution. If you work for an employer, they don't have the legal position to stop you from participating. They're going to take that money off the top, either that or you don't want a job. If you were to say, I don't want nothing taken out of my check, they would tell you they don't have the legal right to do so. And so, again, the only position that you can take with regard to exemptions is a federal exemption. But again, that has Social Security is separate.
Yeah, I know.
Exemption.
But I just try to keep as much money as I can.
Yeah,
Yeah. So any federal exemption that you take, make sure you consult a tax expert on that, because you just don't want to get it later on, depending on your financial situation later on, get audited and have them come back and say, oh yeah, you owe X amount of money.
And put interest on that. If
Yeah,
you owe them, if you owe them $30 from 3 years ago,
that shit gonna be 3,000 now.
They gonna put interest on that month over month. That shit gonna compound on your ass. How about that?
I got audited one time. I paid my taxes, and they audited me, and they said that I had $67,000 that I had to pay back. Apparently they claimed that wasn't accounted for.
How you come up with that number?
Because they said it was unaccounted for, and they were exemptions taken that wasn't applicable to the prior year. And I had been going to this tax preparer to do my taxes, and I should have known better. And that taught me a lesson. I paid it, but it taught me a lesson, and that is hire an attorney, hire a tax attorney. You can only go so far with a tax preparer. Tax preparers, they're not as sophisticated in understanding LLCs, and if you have multiple LLCs, and also when it comes to your LLC paying you under the 4% or less than 5% of your capped earnings, and then also dealing with I forgot the name. I can't remember the name of it right now. It just slipped my brain. But it just taught me a lesson. Because they can't. The next year after that, they came back and said I owed $147,000 from the previous year before the previous year. So it just taught me a lesson. Like, it fucked me up. Because the woman I was using, I don't know why I used this lady. She was so sweet and nice. She was a black woman. She had worked at H&R Block for like 30 years, and she had ventured out on her own. And she made all these broad claims of what she could do and how she could save me money, and she talked a good game. And so I let her do my taxes for like 4 years, and she fucked me over big time. So it just taught me a lesson. Hire a tax attorney. I ended up going to one of the best tax attorneys that you could go to in the world, basically. He's a tax attorney for a lot of famous people. But I went to him, and he's been my tax attorney since then. He's been my tax attorney now for 24 years.
You know the one thing. Now, first of all, with all those assets and different business structures and what you just mentioned, I agree with you 100%. But most people who, again, are W-2 employees,
Block. Just go on in under H&R Block.
Well, let me say something about H&R Block. A lot of those people that work there are ex-revenue agents. A revenue agent is a person. I used to work for the IRS. I worked in that division. I wasn't a revenue agent, but I worked with revenue agents. But anywho, they're ex-revenue agents. Now, does that mean that they're not good? No. It means that they know a lot of the lay of the land. So getting a good tax preparer, one who is familiar with, the laws and the different changes that can happen year over year. You need a good tax preparer for sure. And I always say keep you at least 2 on deck. Okay. But a tax attorney, to your point, is the echelon. That's the highest point you could go.
I had to, because I got screwed over, and he had to amend previous year. He had to go in and amend. I said 24 years. No, it's not 24 years, because I got him in 2009. But he had to go in and amend previous year because she had screwed me over because she didn't know what she was doing. But it taught me a lesson. You got some
money, Creed. If you want Creed, you got. Let me find out. Let me get $250 or something, Creed.
Yeah, he had to literally go in and amend previous year because of what she had done. But I just say be careful, y'all, because there's a lot of scam artists out there. I see these tax preparers out here making all kinds of claims, and y'all go in there and they get you that $5,000 every year or $10,000. I don't know how they do it, but I'm terrified. I'm like, what are y'all doing?
I gave my husband a nice check. This year I got him $22,000 those tax preparers, they be fucking people over. They be giving people, like, if you have dependents, they give it to another person just to get over that, and then you can end up being screwed.
Yeah, so moral of the story is get a good person who, you know, either is referred, you know, by somebody you trust, or, you know, just it's really key to vet your tax professional. That's moral of.
Or just read the laws. Just literally Google what are the new tax laws that I can get. What can I get reimbursed for? What can I get? What was that? We can get it. Get your money back for it. What can be anything? Just Google and you'll get your money back. That's what I do. I'll Google what are the new tax laws. What are the new reimbursements? What can I write off? Why can I do this? And I get everything back.
I don't qualify for earned tax credits or
yes, you do.
Child earned tax. I don't qualify for it.
That's why, Creed. Let me find out.
I told my attorney, I was like, can I get money back for taking kids for child care? And they're like, nope, you cannot take an exemption out for that because you don't qualify because of your tax bracket. So what I did, but what I do and what I'm able to do is I can write off some of the tuition. You know, I can write off stuff like that. But you can't.
The uniforms, brother. You can write off the uniforms,
yes,
the shoes,
absolutely.
book bags, all that stuff, the supplies,
you can write off
laptops,
a portion
the cell phones. Yep.
You can write off a portion of the uniform and a portion of the tuition. Not all of it, but a portion of it. But you know, pretty much everything else you can't just not write it off.
Brother, I even write off my daughter's glasses. It's like we've been not.
Stuff like I'm scared to do that. I learned my lesson. I'm scared of doing that. I mean, she was writing off a lot of stuff.
Cell phones, depreciation, shoes.
They came back and they were like, "Yeah, no."
Hey, Creed, I had asked this question. I'm not sure you were in the room. And I just Googled it, and so I stand corrected. I think the other day I had read somewhere that it was in China. But the E6B, which is referred to as the doomsday plane, I guess there's one now in the Middle East, it says, and one in Europe, you know, due to the conflict with Iran. I thought that. Are you familiar with the aircraft that I'm speaking of?
Doomsday plane? No.
Oh, okay. It looks like I'm gonna have to probably do some more research then.
Doomsday clock.
It's a plane that carries the codes for a nuclear war.
Basically, that's Air Force One. Basically, that's Air Force One, but they do have one that is basically the command center for.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know the signature, but we saw it during. We saw it during 9/11. They took Bush up and flew him around for quite a while, and took Cheney up in a different one.
Yeah.
To my understanding, they have a new one, and I forgot what they call it. But yeah, she's talking about it's a doomsday plane, but it's basically to keep Trump and the high officials.
No, we're not talking about the same thing, brother. This isn't transporting people. This plane, it's transporting people.
Yeah, it releases the nuclear bombs. It's one of the many avenues that they use it, and it's a big ass great plane.
It's a plane, correct?
Yes, the big old great plane, and it shoots out their bombs, and the bombs go to a particular area where they want to target. Yeah, disgusting. They can't blow up this world, though. They can't do it.
And why do you say?
Because there's a governing force that will not allow them to do so.
Expound on that, please.
I have my hypothesis, but I think I don't want to go pseudo. I want to be quiet.
Go with it, Creed.
Say this. All right. So there's military personnel that worked at the nuclear sites that have literally said that they observed UAP. Now, these are officials, though. These aren't conspiracy theory. These are literally officials that worked at nuclear sites that reported that there were UAPs that they observed on radar that jammed the actual equipment that's responsible for launching nuclear weapons.
Well, it's been coming up a lot in the room, and
I look it up, y'all, that there are literal soldiers that are responsible for launching nuclear weapons that said that they observed observable UAP phenomena on radar, and that UAP phenomena jammed systems. It's also in the, according to Laura Lina, the Congresswoman Laura Lina, and other U.S. Congress people who went into a skiff and got classified information. Those U.S. Congress people who are currently in the power and office said out of their own mouths that they were briefed that they couldn't say the name of the soldiers, the name of the department that briefed them, any of that stuff. But what they could confirm was there were high-ranking officials who observed UAP phenomena that jammed the equipment that's responsible for dropping nuclear weapons. This is current U.S. Congress people currently sitting in U.S. Congress today who confirm this.
So what you were just talking about, I don't know if you're aware, it's a documentary, and I feel like it's on Prime. It's called The Age of Disclosure, and it even has Mark Rubio in the documentary talking about.
You said the age of disclosure.
The age of disclosure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let me see if I can go find it.
I
posted it here.
I'm about to go put it up as soon as I get home.
Yeah, it's The Age of Disclosure, and it's a bunch of ex-agents and from the military, and they're all talking about their experience. I think I played it in here the other morning, I believe, but they said the exact same thing you said about those nuclear weapons. When they turned them on, when we turn them on, they turn them off. Yeah, it cause system malfunctions and stuff. But I'm also hearing that they're actually observing or hanging out near Iran right now. So I don't know. I think this is very interesting.
If you Google it, it says that it has been deployed. The Navy E-6B, which is referred to a doomsday plane, has been deployed to the Middle East and European deployment.
Yeah, I think it was today or yesterday, because I could have sworn I seen that yesterday.
It was yesterday, yes. Yesterday.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, it's a lot going on. Yeah. What's up?
What's up, Flawless? Hey, I was wondering, got a little bit of updated information. I'm not gonna confirm anything because it's a bit mind-boggling right now. I'm getting word that Iran took out a nice port match. They say he didn't. They say that they got the location of some Mossad agents, and they said BB was with him. Now I'm not confirming this. I don't know 100% either way.
I seen it too. I seen it too. I just ain't said nothing yet.
They're saying Iran is saying that they got BB.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they didn't turn BB Nettie Naku. They didn't turned him into foo-foo salad. Now listen.
They said, yes, I just saw that, but I thought it was fake. It's true.
Hey, listen, I got a clip right now.
Hours ago, I told him it was fake.
That's what my husband told me. I told him it was fake too.
They're saying it's his brother. Chris in the chat said it's his brother.
Get him off.
Listen, I don't know how many brothers he's got. I know he got a brother that was killed back in the day by, they say the Ayatollah, in Iran. They say there's a long-standing feud going on. But what I can see is, it could even be that Trump is playing both sides of this the best he can. Look, he doesn't want to be tied to Israel anymore. I don't give a damn what anybody's saying. Strategically, it's bad for him. Politically, it's bad for him. And even militarily, it's just bad for the country. I can see him setting him up. And if he was a smart man, he should be thinking as such, because, it's been more than alleged that Israel's looking to bring down America from the inside out. And we can't ignore this shit anymore. We're at a point now where we could probably figure the last few wars we've been in had nothing to do with American interest at all. I'll land on it.
That's their beef. They're using us as the big, when you get into a fight in school and you got your older cousin who everybody's scared of. That's what they're doing with us.
Yeah, hands up with us. Of course, I believe we're
that's right.
I don't know if you're in the Matrix or not, but I'm going to say this real quick. Listen, something bigger is going on in Iran with Iran. Way bigger than we're being told. And this is a positioning of power. And if we're looking to stay number one, we can't stay number one attached to Israel. We're going to fall if we keep this mental health patient attached to our democracy. We can't align with people that behind the scenes, by the biggest majority of what I can see in their parliament and their hierarchy, these are Satanists. And they run around the world and they keep a mindset of such. They'll bomb you saying they're the chosen people, yet they follow nothing and none of Christ's teachings. That is an oxymoron, and these things should be dissected. There's nothing chosen about these people. Just remember this, that the devil chooses people too. Go ahead, Flawless.
It's a young, somebody look at the chat. Who is Sasan? Sasan. Is he on stage? Sasan. He said he Iranian.
Hello, everybody. I say hello to everybody with respect. Yes, I am Iranian.
Hey, how you doing?
Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to meet you guys. Very friendly people from United States of America. We love you.
Where are you located?
I'm Iranian. I'm Iranian. I actually live in Europe for about 10 years. But I'm from Iran, Shiraz city. They have hit the airport in my city several times for the last week. But,
I think Detroit is this.
Sorry?
Just wanted to say that Jewish people wouldn't follow Christ because they don't believe in Christ, because Jewish people believe that the Mashiach is yet to return. And also, America is still a majority Christian nation. And so people are to abide by Scripture, and Scripture is very implicit on how the nations of the earth are supposed to respond and treat Israel. And also, in America currently, right now, Christian Zionists are in power. Those are the ones in the Trump administration.
Jesus is Palestinian.
A lot of them are Christian Zionists. And so Pete Hegseth being one. And except to your point, they pulled that out to intimidate Iran. That big ass ship flying in air is meant to intimidate Iran. That's the Pentagon. That's Hegseth, or whatever the hell his name is, doing that. But yeah, so, you know, the head of the Pentagon right now and the ambassador to Israel, United States ambassador to Israel, both of them are Christian Zionists, but they aren't the only ones. There are many other Christian Zionists and the high levels of government currently right now under the Trump administration. So as long as you have Christian Zionists running this government or being in great positions of power and having a voice and having the ear of the president, America's going to remain loyal to Israel. That's just the reality.
It may not be the reality for too long if things keep going like this, because people starting, minds are being changed. You know what I'm saying?
That's going to be the reality, period, because Christians in this country, which are the majority, are the silent majority, and it's implicitly clear, according to Scripture, how Christians are to respond to the nation of Israel and how Christians are to treat the nation of Israel. They're commanded by God according to Scripture. Also, again, when you have Christian Zionists that currently are in power, they're going to remain 100% aligned with the will and wishes of Israel. They're Christian Zionists. And they believe in order for prophecy to take place, that the second temple has to be restored or rebuilt, or some argue the third temple has to be built. And so that's paramount to to prophecy. So for them, they want the temple to be rebuilt because they want to unction Christ's return. So Christian Zionists are going to remain loyal to Israel. So that's not going to change.
They already got the material out there. You heard me?
You talking about the temple?
Yeah, they do.
They big all those bunkers.
They've been wanting to do it for I would say for a few years now. They at one time they had the red heifer. It's even been speculated that they did the red heifer ritual and then just didn't say nothing. I'm not sure if it's true, but I did want to say this. I wouldn't say it so emphatically about the Christian Zionists. You know what I'm saying? Minds can be changed. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to ask you, Malek, do you believe that the Ashkenazi tribe are the people of God? Do you believe they're the chosen people?
Change. There's 300+ million people in this country. Majority, a majority of them being Christian fundamentalists. I do not understand how you're going to change the minds of Christian. I mean, when you literally, in order to do that, you would have to tell them to change their faith, that their faith no longer is applicable, and that the Bible itself is no longer applicable. That's not going to happen in this generation or any of the previous generations. It's probably 200 years to accomplish that.
You didn't really answer the question. Because the
the Christian Bible is very clear and direct. I mean, in fact, it says, "Cursed be those," right, who don't protect and love Israel. So God commands you, and then says He will curse you if you don't protect Israel, and curse the nations that come against Israel.
So your answer to this question is yes. You believe that those European Ashkenazi Jews are the chosen of God?
I don't have a particular belief system.
That was his question. Do you know them to be?
America believes it.
Do you know them to be? You say
the world believes it. And so
you,
as long as
not the world,
I'm not going to go into my personal opinion or belief system. I'm just telling you that the world believes this. Americans believe that Israel is the chosen nation and that they are the chosen people of God. And they're commanded, when they open up that Bible, they are commanded. And in fact, it says in Revelations, right, in the end times, that the wicked in the nations of the world will come against Israel. So when you look at prophecy in Scripture, it says to even come against Israel, put you on the side of Satan, put you on the side of the Antichrist.
Great. Can we get another person's opinion? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say this, and then other people can go. But I know why he don't want to answer it. You know what I'm saying? But because he has the target audience that Bibi Netanyahu said the propaganda war and all this stuff. That's what the propaganda war that they're fighting is aimed towards the crowd that Charlie Kirk had. And I do think that minds can be changed. People's understanding and perspective on the Bible can be changed because there has been a lot of misinformation put out that has, and a lot of money put behind that mindset that those evangelical mostly white Christians have. There's a lot of money and a lot of manipulation behind that. So, as people's eyes become more awake and more aware, minds will begin to change. You know what I'm saying? And I do personally believe that you talked about Satan. You're basically a Satanist if you don't believe that. But I think they worshiping Satan. I think they dealing with Satan. I'm talking specifically about the Ashkenazi tribe. These Zionists and especially these Talmudists, the Talmudic philosophy is satanic. So, as people begin to see things like the Palestinian genocide, people will begin to wake up and question things. And I think that's a good thing. And like I said earlier, I don't want to live in a greater Israel-led world. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with America rocking out. You know what I'm saying? And there's some more things behind that. But, yeah, I landed.
Jesus Palestinian.
I'd like to say this. We're in a time where deception is fading quickly. And so we know the rhetoric and we know, but to say 200 years from now, this is still going to be business as usual, let me tell you, I will say my personal belief is this, opinion I should say. And so the reality is, here's my thought. As the world is waking up to the BS, and there's a whole growing understanding of who are the real children of Israel. And as there's a growing understanding of who they definitely are not. And so that's going to lose a lot of momentum and speed and weight beyond a shadow of a doubt as the hours continue to unfold. So again, we have to understand when we're hearing from people that have fake profile pictures and fake names, you have to understand they may have some other agenda behind what the energy they just putting these talking points into the atmosphere. So just know the truth is being established more and more. And so, there's different understandings about the rhetoric that we've all been taught in the Jewish world and the Christian world. And then that there's three different major ones have different understandings of how that story plays out. Then there's a whole different spiritual understanding about it and stuff like that. So where this Temple Mount's going to be, and there's a whole way to understand how God is going to put his people in place. I'll drop it.
Interpretation or different interpretation according to Scripture. And even when you talk about a different understanding, that would only fulfill most Christians on planet Earth's belief system that in Scripture it says in Revelations in the last days, many nations will turn against Israel, right? And it says that even those who profess Christ will turn against Israel. But look up because your redemption draweth nigh. So even when you talk about that would only affirm Christians on planet Earth in the United States that yes, here's prophecy being fulfilled because we see the nations of the world even more becoming hostile towards Jewish people. Again, in order for Christ to return, Israel plays an essential role, and people keep talking about Ashkenazi Jews. I'll give you this, because I don't typically get into these arguments because people try to make everything personal to win their argument or their perspective. But the largest population in Israel are not Ashkenazi Jews. They're Mizrahim Jews, right? They're Mizrahim people, which are largely from the Middle East and Russia, right? The ones that left the Middle East and went over to Russia to seek solace, and then eventually went back into the Middle East, and then eventually came back. So most of them look like they're Palestinian. If you've ever been to Israel, I've been to Israel at least probably 8 times. You will walk around, and a lot of times you can't tell the difference between them and when you go to places like Palestine, when you go to, I forgot the name of the city in Palestine, the other largest city, not Gaza. They all look alike. You can't tell the difference between the two. So those are majority of the people walking around in Israel that you see are Mizrahim, are Arab Jews. That's the majority of the population. The Barbra Streisands and all the Steven Spielbergs, they actually sit in a minority in terms of population in Israel.
Yeah, let me just say real quickly, respond. See, when his whole world is revolving around that landmass over there. 400 years, ain't nobody over there got no 400 years of a slave in a strange land. So you know who is hated by the world, who is despised by the world, who the world is all around, is these so-called Negroes in North America. Everybody and their mama. So when you look up, and when those that understand it, looking up, there's a whole mother plane and a whole mother ship. They got some real live folks on it that can check all of this whenever they want to. So again, it's about an exegesis and an understanding. So he's really good at spitting out a certain understanding of whatever all that is, but we all know. Judge a tree by the fruit it bears. You know them people are not the chosen of God by actions. Come on now, quit playing with your own emotions and accept there's a better understanding of all of that. That's coming down the pipe.
I believe it's pronounced Melky. The brother is right. See, Bill Cooper or William Cooper said that, it's not important what we believe, it's what they believe. And in that sense, then, we have to understand what they believe. And forgive me for butchering your name, brother. But see, the majority of the people in the United States are Christians. And they believe that for Israel, they believe the stuff of the Bible. And I've mentioned this on a number of occasions, is that if you if you can get your opponent or your enemy to fall for the psychological effect, then you have won without even firing a shot. And this is what happened, is because they believe this, so they have submitted themselves to it. So they don't have to be put in chains. They don't have to be brought to justice or anything like that, because they have already made the commitment to the system, and that is their belief.
Well, there's a person called God that has some say in the matter, and I know you want to make it all about what they believe, but a better understanding will come over their mind, and especially when they see what's going to happen to those.
Let him finish me.
Say what?
Can you let him finish?
He was done. He was done.
I was done, but the point is that not everybody
believes it. She didn't know you were done. She didn't know you were done. It's all good. It's all good. And so, so again, it goes back to understanding. So, people. There's no.
Well, it goes back to the understanding that everybody has their own point of view, and there's no point for us to be sitting up here. Is somebody else? Ambassador. Well, let's see. Okay, thank you, y'all. Well, let's just say this. Everybody has their own point of view. There's no point to go back and forth to say who's right and who's wrong and my way is the right way. It don't matter. Just you have your own opinion, and we don't have to keep regurgitating that to push it down each other's throat. You know what I'm saying? So y'all chill out, man. Go back to CNN, Iran war, Epstein files, all that shit. What's really going on? Whew. I'm in the yard, y'all. I'm gonna have a good garden this year. Bye-bye.
I love you, sis. So CNN, 140 U.S. service members wounded in Iran war. Pentagon says.
I wanted to know if we had an update on if they got BB and Yahoo or his brother. Like, I guess I'm gonna have to go look it up. But I want to know because if they hit him or his brother, that's a big deal, and you know what I'm saying. That's gonna ratchet things up.
Well, the news is they haven't seen. He hasn't made an announcement in 4 days. I guess apparently he makes daily announcements, and his latest announcement was written. He makes daily video announcements, I guess. So they're reporting that he hasn't been seen in 4 days.
You know, based on how they celebrated Khomeini not being here anymore, if he was no longer here amongst us anymore, I believe they try to hide that as long as they can, because that would do a whole.
I believe that too.
Yeah, that would change the whole energy in the Middle East and on this planet, just like that. So we'll just see how the actual facts play out. Don't want to speculate too much.
You ever think there's a certain amount of arrogance that you always hang out with these pedophiles, warmongers? Oh, I forgot I hung out too long. It's an absent-mindedness thing. It's crazy. It's crazy as fuck to me. I don't give no, man. You understand? I mean, if you got a size 9, I'm willing to shave off 3 inches off the back of my heel. Make sure somebody keep a size 12 foot up his ass till we boot him the fuck out of here, because he's nothing but a nightmare, and he just keep making some loophole, some excuse for a guy that got poor management skills, poor people skills. Once you drink the Kool-Aid, I can't get you off of it. It's worse than dope, man. The stuff people on that really like this guy, support this kind of guy. They would drink, if you told them to drink poison, they drink poison. I said, don't drink that, that's poison, don't drink. No, man, the commander chief, you love it or leave it. Just loving on next to nothing, just romancing the fucking stone. Like, who said that? Angie Stone said it, then Gladys Knight said it. Obviously, y'all could hear from them, so I don't stand the Ice Cube chance in hell of getting through your diehards, but people that's got common sense, that are inclined towards common sense, they see things as they actually are. And that's what I'm really banking on, that the righteous people will continue to see they actually are, and they will check them in the midst of the brand of iniquity at this hour. And that's why I say my every day. My. Oh, Teddy Bear, one of them songs, that life is a song worth singing, yeah. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. And the spirit too. Man, they said, oh, mighty love. And they got another hit, you gotta go find it. But I know what it is. You gotta go do your research. Still say, mama.
You know, Ambassador, I'm convinced that part of the whole story is God wants us to step our game up. And so he's going to do a lot, God, of course. But there's an element of, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, you know, and turn from their wicked ways. You see what I'm saying? Then there's going to be a hint.
Oh, no!
Hallelujah. I believe that change is coming. A lot of our people are.
The point is that yes, that scripture is very much in the Bible. However, when it comes to the state of Israel, it's what people understand. So when you say to people, oh, well, you're going to get a different understanding that doesn't center Israel, then that is going to tell every Christian that, then that means you're telling me that I'm going to be deceived by the Antichrist, because according to Revelation, the people that are deceived to believe that Israel is the enemy are going to be deceived by the Antichrist. And in the Bible, it even goes as far as saying that if possible, the very elect would be deceived. But what is the very elect? Well, according to Scripture, the very elect would be Moses, Abraham, and etc. Those who are the prophets of God, those who walk with Christ, that knew Christ himself, that they would be deceived as well if it were given the opportunity. This is how convincing the Antichrist is. So if you say that to the average Christian, now, in terms of, he brought up Charlie Kirk.
Well, Charlie Kirk was, in a way, beginning to question and dissenter Israel. But guess what? He was moving closer and closer to Catholicism. If you remember, Candace Owens said, hey, I was telling Charlie Kirk, you're almost there. Take one step and you're a Catholic. Well, what Catholicism do? Catholicism decenters the state of Israel or Israel. And why does it do that? Because according to many Catholics, that the body of Christ is the new Israel. They're the new Israel. Or this is why there's been Jewish people in the Catholic Church for centuries, for millennia, because of that. However, you had the Protestant faith that broke out of Catholicism and went global, that centered Israel and made Israel the center of Christianity. That's where people are going more and more. People are moving more and more on planet Earth to Protestantism and moving further and further away from Catholicism.
Well, that's what I was talking about when I was talking about the interpretation. You know, it's interesting that you said that because the Bible does say that the new body of God is Christians, the new Israel, the new nation of Israel and Christians. So hold on, please, Brother Ambassador. I'm not gonna be long. But mute up, brother. It's real important because I don't want to make this a Bible service, but it is important. Can y'all mute him, please, or can you mute yourself, brother? But the new nation of Israel is the body of Christ. What I'm telling you that about interpretations. You went to talking about some food stuff and some Mike Huckabee stuff, but your interpretation, because I do know that you practice Judaism, so you probably not embellished in Christianity and the New Testament as you are with Judaism. You know what I'm saying? But the true Christian understanding is that the new body of Israel is Christians. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's also, and I'm going to land, give me 30 seconds. And that's why it also said about the synagogue of Satan, the ones who say they're Jews but are the synagogue of Satan. And we know that can be spiritual and that can be physical. But that's what I mean by interpretation. So, yeah, I'll land.
And they are again liars, and their fathers before them are liars. And the true righteous believing person knows that they are marked again by the forehead, the marks in their hands, and their deeds marked. And they pledge to righteousness, but they don't keep the covenants of God, and they don't know the commandments of God. And that marks them by all high-end spiritualists know them by their aura and the marks in their right hand and on their foreheads. And they blaspheme God, saying that they are the righteous, but they are the wicked, and they cannot hide from the truth, because the truth is now revealing the fact that they are the Shaitan, the devil, the Dajjal, the Antichrist, and we know by their name.
Yeah. And so the circumcision of the heart, see, there's a reality, like my man just brought out. See, there's a whole understanding. It's not that you got to trade in the Bible. It's just the understanding. How could a people possibly be hanging people and all this crazy stuff in the name of the papal bulls and going to teach you God? It just doesn't even add up. So there's a better understanding that the exegesis and the explanation of it and what they allow the certain pastors to actually preach, they can't possibly have that. But that don't mean God ain't going to get it done. And that don't mean that he's not giving everybody a chance to work it out and to see, look for yourself. And the planet is coming to agree, these people are definitely not the chosen of God. And so that understanding of those words is the key. It's not the words. You can read the words all day long, but in not get some understanding, it's been said by the wise ones. So, you know what I'm saying? So just to repeat what's been taught and trained down and what's been to keep everybody in the dark, that ain't getting no value in that. So you're going to hold on trying to, but when the time is right, nobody stop a thing when the time comes. And so it's understood. Nobody knows when that time is, but you can tell by watching the signs and you see and the actions of individuals. You can't candy coat that. It's very clear. It's talking about sex under 3 years old. It's okay. And come on, man, way off. And it ain't hard to tell. Hide and listen, all kind of stuff. All roads lead back to the same understanding, to the same people, and to the same place. And so we just have to see this thing continue to play out. Folks want to be free, man. It's been a long time coming. My.
It just seems funny. Can I say something real quick, y'all? So, I mean, I hear the conversation, and I mean, I'm just compelled to say that no matter whether or not they build that motherfucker or not, that shit don't rule over us. That shit don't mean a goddamn thing to us, okay? Because it's that they need power, that motherfucker. Y'all know that, right? We are the Ark of the Covenant. They need us. We need them. They need us. So if y'all don't give that shit your energy, that shit not gonna work. Fuck whatever come out of that motherfucker. Okay.
I would love to agree with you, Flawless. My disagreement is that some of us know that like prophecy, like as much as we don't like take it for what it is, like there's some people that been like keeping up with prophecy, and we do have to high key accept that it had been written and some of the prophecies have already been fulfilled, and we're walking down the aisle right now. And one thing that I do want to share with the people who have been keeping up with the signs of the times, and some of us who are so close to God that He give it to you in dreams. Like you probably already seen this years ago. He probably gave you the plan too on how you're supposed to prepare when the time comes to put your people in position. I'm very confident that there are people in this room right now that has dreams about, the planes over the top, and you're walking through the trenches. You're taking everybody with you up into a safe space. This type of room that we have to reinforce that, what you are seeing, what you know is not just somebody who is a fanatic and want you to do what they want you to do and bring Armageddon. Yet, in the same way that you have what's it called, deja vu, it's the same way that your dreams work. So, same way I had the dreams, I'm very confident that there are some people in this room right now that had the dreams about prepared and being the one that had the answers when the sky does fall.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna say this. If you want to be there for Israel as they build their temple, that's on you. Just because it's their prophecy that they wrote out, that don't mean it applies to you. But if you want it to apply to your life, feel free. Go right on ahead and ride that train right on down there. But we don't have to accept that prophecy, because we have our own motherfucking prophecy and we don't need theirs. But if you want to lay up into their prophecy, go ahead. Go right on ahead. That's on you. But don't try to convince us that we have to accept that prophecy.
And Flawless, I think what you said was very important, because Revelations is not to say that it's said and done that everybody who sees it is going to have to perish with it. Yet, knowing prophecy to it is that, like, I'm not about to go to stupid ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're able to navigate into a place, even if the world goes to hell and Iran decides that, all right, y'all thought we ain't had the bombs, but bitch, we've been doing this shit the whole time. You know what I'm saying? If they make that decision, and I'm not saying that Russia's going to help them with that, or China or anything, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that in the case that any of this comes into pass, it's not that we wanted it to happen, yet that we were prepared and we were working. I honestly feel like that's the crux of what makes the difference between a follower and who's going to get swept by the wayside. Because the only thing I know is I'm learning this computer science stuff because I got to know it, because all this shit go to hell. I got to be able to tell my youngest something. I got to be able to tell my women something. I got to be able to tell my whole community what we supposed to be doing next. And I feel like that should be our focus, rather than thinking we're subscribing to their decision and really dealing with the worst case scenario. And in reality, we were already meant to do that anyways, lead the world unto salvation. As a Haitian man, I know that was my duty. You feel me? So I'm able to accept that, and I feel that we should be okay with that too. even if the world goes to hell, that we were equipped to revive our people and bring them unto glory after death destruction has already wreaked havoc.
Yeah, part of that coming out with great substance that we coming out after the 1619, the 400 years later. Part of this coming out with great substance is we understand what not to do now. First-hand experience. We've been through this, and so we have clear understanding of what not to be on the planet. We've been living amongst it. We've been seeing it. And so you render unto Theodore Herzl what belongs to him. But God said, God's going to place his people in their land. He said that. So the idea that they shopping for a place to go to God.
Powerful and
Hold on, bro. I'm almost done. I appreciate the passion. I appreciate your passion. But I'm almost done. And so
yeah, but you're so quick on the mic, nobody can get in before you.
Hold on, man. It's okay. Come on. We got another 30 seconds.
And then when you get the mic, you talk like
Thank God loves you.
Oh, man. Go ahead and finish on.
Okay, cool. And so, if I can remember. And so no, I got it. No, it's right here. It's right here. It took me a second. So the reality again about like the momentum of what the idea of us as and the planet knows we are that bottom rail that God said He's gonna take to the top. Shadow of a doubt. It's a smooth takeover. God do what He want to do. So again, Theodore Herzl, hey man, you did your thing. You thought that was what it was. You ran through them and probably
that was sweet. You don't be saying that, bro.
Wait. You just gotta know how to listen. It's not maybe for you. It's for those in the audience. Understand that?
I want to hear you.
No, you can't speak for them, Erica.
Hey, come on.
Oh my goodness. I'll get back to y'all later. Pink.
That boy got in trouble.
That boy went to timeout, ain't he?
They hated Jesus. They hated Jesus. Don't worry about it.
No, see, this is clearly an example of ostracizing. Everybody has to.
I'm just making an analogy.
Everybody got their own personal view, but see, when you come in here and see, I'm very blessed because I'm not using an Android phone. I have a mute button. A lot of times I'd be mute, and you guys be going off on each other. But see, the point that I'm trying to say to you is that everybody has their own perspective. I'm a very avid fan of the 5 blind men and the elephant. They have perspectives. So yes, you might believe in God, but there are many peoples on this planet that do not. Okay? And then if God is all magnificent and all powerful and everything, don't you think that He could do all of this on His own? Don't you think that He could people's mind and force them to do things like a puppet? If He's all that powerful, then none of this stuff is anything to worry about because it's all in His hands, as my mother would always say. So we don't even have to do anything. All we got to do is just play with our little toys and parrot them.
Oh, you know what?
Keep playing with your little toys, man.
Robert is that. Let me get this. You know what he said? What you said, brother? Robert. That's interesting. Is that some people don't believe in God. Or the irony is that I want to say the majority of the people who live in Israel are atheists. They either atheists or they're what's the other word?
So now you're going to demonize them for that?
Yeah.
No, God don't demonize for that.
It's hard to say you're the people of God if you don't believe in God. It's weird.
How you gonna be the children of God and don't believe in God? Make that make sense, bro. God gonna choose the people that don't believe in Him. Make that make sense.
We all don't serve the same God.
That's okay. We serve worship Him in spirit.
That's what it is. That if you think about it, don't that make sense?
I know what you're saying.
He's saying Blake straight out. I don't believe in God at all. That's different.
Sweet. There is a case too in the Bible where King Cyrus, if y'all familiar with King Cyrus, God had to speak to him in a dream. He was like, bro, nigga, I know you don't know me, but I'm going to bless you and you're going to defeat all the lands of Persia. Hear what I'm saying now? You're going to defeat all my enemies and I'm going to bless you.
You're a man of God and you use the word nigga?
Relax, man. It's not your mama up in here correcting people.
We kind of right.
I'm going to be more intelligent. My intention is to say that God put a hand on Cyrus, King Cyrus, in the Bible that even though he didn't know God himself and he didn't know the gospel or anything, that he spoke to him and said, hey, bro, I know you don't know me, but I've placed my hand on you and I'm giving you the right and you're gonna win against all of my enemies.
Boy, y'all imagination is crazy.
You ever
heard of that song?
This shit is going south.
You ever heard of song?
What are we doing? Y'all want me to put a Bible verse, or are we gonna be?
No, you didn't know. You didn't know.
Absolutely not.
What I'm trying to convey
Here's what I brother say. Read.
No, don't read. Don't read in the group. Do not start no reading. I ain't gonna.
Oh, mama, come on. I'm supposed to help the sons of God.
You know,
supposed to be a strong hand for the sons of God.
I am helping the sons of God. Stop being delusional. You're delusional, brother.
No, he's gonna use King Cyrus.
Yeah, okay. Well,
King Cyrus right now.
We don't want to hear you.
No, you don't want to hear it.
Can we stay in reality?
Mama, you don't want to hear it.
No, we want to stay in reality.
I don't want to hear it either, fam. I don't want to hear it either.
Okay, that's solid.
All right, there you go. Thank you.
I'm like, we're going to move on now.
I think we're older than Erica, too. Right? Calling her mom. That is weird.
Right.
I mean,
You're talking about having children.
I'm sorry. He didn't say daddy for balance.
As long as it ain't wonder why you call me B. So let's move on to you.
Hey, did we figure out if Yahoo still alive?
Damn, y'all really don't want no answers?
They still looking for. They're not sure yet. It's not conclusive.
I'm hearing that it's a very good chance that it's some Mossad agents, and confirming what some people in the chat said, his brother. Yeah, these are trying times we're living in. Don't just lean on.
What happened, James? Can you update me or the room?
What? Go ahead, Flo.
I like it. Oh, my bad.
Lean not
On your own damn childish understanding.
Yeah, we took Yahoo out of there, man.
Yeah, so
lean not. Go ahead, Jack.
It's real because I haven't been looking at the news. What's going on, y'all?
Bro, they did not kill that.
Go ahead, James.
What they're saying is, and listen, I hate when we do this because we say what is and what isn't, and you've done no research into any of it to know what is reality and what is not. Right now, we're pretty much, in a sense, we're just speculating and reading the news. And from what I'm hearing from Iran's side of things is that they have taken out some Mossad agents inside of Israel, and they took his brother out. Possibly, even he was there. Now that part, I'm not so fond of believing, because I know that any leader of a country like that is going to be inside of some deep underground military base in a bunker that is so far below the ground that a bunker buster couldn't reach it. So I don't believe that they got BB, but do I believe that they... Do I believe they're targeting?
But even if they did get them, do you really think they're gonna let people know? Like, I think they will hide that just to say things.
Well, hold on. This is the main thing about the war propaganda machine. No side's gonna. You're not gonna hear the real numbers on what happened on the American side until this isn't mainstream news anymore. And from the Iran side, we'll probably truly never know how many civilians, military personnel, etc., have been caught up in this firefight. I'll land on this. Most of what's happening right now is not being done towards the military, any of these country or nations. These are civilians that are under fire right now. You don't get to decide where a bomb lands at. You don't get to decide what country deems a target of interest, right? Even give an example of that little girls' school that was blown up. I would like to believe that you've got people that don't look at the world and microscope that will terrorize you into submission and blow up an all-girls school. But I'm learning about this war machine, and there are no rules. So I'll land on it.
Ain't never been no rules.
It's unconfirmed. It's unconfirmed. No, it's unconfirmed. And they said that that has been, it said unconfirmed by Israel, and he said the local authorities in Jerusalem said that there were no strikes and no hits that happened. It's reported that the video that they're using came from a 2024 video where they bombed Ben Gvir by accident, and that's what that video was from. That's what I'm reporting.
They stoop real low. They doing that. Come on, man.
They do that all the time.
Oh, that's crazy. Man, what's the over-under on the end of it, man? What's up?
We're talking about the school bomb? The school bomb?
Impossible. Videos, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's damn near.
I know.
No, it's damn near impossible to get through the Iron Dome. I mean, it's not too many nations that can get through the Iron Dome.
Did you know, like, the school bombing, like the school video that they actually showed? It basically shows that we basically did bomb the school of the children. There's like charades actually saying that it was the material was made from Denton, Ohio, inside the United States. The leftover residue that was supposedly that hit the school and killed those 160 children. It's basically came from us.
Make it pop. Are you American?
They have basically a video they're basically showing and like all the charades that it looks in the school, and they found that the shards that it's left over, and it says it was made inside the United States in Dayton, Ohio.
You can make it pop. You American?
I haven't seen any source saying that came from.
Nah.
I'll post it in here. It shows the actual. It shows like the residue. You look at it. They have it on there showing it that it was actually the U.S. that did it.
Make it pop. I just wanted on the record. Are you American?
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, she's one of us, y'all.
No.
So it does. It shows like let me post it in here, but they were posting it. Showing it. It does.
It doesn't show them hitting the school. Y'all gotta stop with misinformation, bro. That shit. The video shows. The video shows, you are nothing.
You gotta let them correct. Because I was leaning too.
It's not the video showing the actual bomb. It's the residue that's left on the ground. So I'm not talking about the video.
Yeah, but residue. But listen, this is what. See, number one, this is what you tried to do. You tried to just come in there and say that the U.S. bombed that school. You said that you had video footage of it. Now you're saying because it was residue on the ground, but the video footage that they have is of the Tomahawk missile hitting the IRGC naval base, and the naval base is next door to the goddamn school. It does not show the school being hit at all.
Residue on the ground.
Why did you lie? He said they hit it.
So the school never got hit? Hold on. So the school never got hit?
The school got hit, but not on the video that she's saying that it was from U.S. No, that is not a video of the school getting hit. That's a video of the IRGC base getting hit.
Yeah, remember when she just came in, she said they recovered shards. Hold on, she said they recovered. Now she's saying they got debris and
ash. It shows the debris that you don't understand the fucking debris and the bomb.
So they tested
the debris.
One second, real quick, because we can clear this up. Listen, just because they find out that it could be made in America, we're leaving one thing out. Is that we give Israel damn near everything. We give them our monies, we give them our drones, we give them our weapons.
Bingo.
We give them every fucking thing. Now, from what my information tells me, was that we didn't strike that hit that military. Is that this obviously with him being the leader, right? About what the fuck took place with the whole being blown up. And if I was any leader of America,
that would not be strategic for me to put the imprint of the USA behind the bombing of 160 little girls and children. That does not play out well for any administration. And from what I can see, listen, I'll land on this. I can look into Palestine right now, and I can name a bevy of places that were bombed with children in them, and America didn't have nothing to do with that. This has Israel's fingerprints all over. And
in the United States for employment in there and make it look like we're
on the international stage, it's even being challenged because even if we would like to take ownership of it, people are going to challenge us to say no. Israel have already claimed that the first few strikes, especially that one in particular about the strike with the school and that it has taken ownership for the strike in Iran and Tehran. They've taken full ownership. And the United States right now, like, I hated the fact that I hate the Turks? I forget that channel. I hate the way they talk. That fat bitch, that fat man that be talking. I hate the way he talk. Even the blonde bitch, they be talking. I hate them, bro. I hate the way they be talking because they be trying to incite.
Chink Gilbert.
Him and that bitch, they be trying to incite bullshit.
You have to take the beans out, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's find another word to use.
Yes, ma'am.
Sparrow and Chink Gilbert.
What I'm trying to convey is that, Israel has taken ownership of that situation, and even if we have a spy on our side, we might like Diary of a CEO, where you have Andrew Bustamante, who understands the CIA. If y'all haven't seen that yet, that's a great one to watch right now to get just caught up on the world politics. Is that he thought that we took ownership, and that was like, nah, bro. Like Israel, we the one that get the powder, we the one that get the guns, but they pulling the trigger, bro. Israel is not playing with the folks.
Yeah, they ain't playing.
Bro, the art of deception is a real thing. We're going to wait. All the data is going to come out because it's all been tracked where it came from. I don't see no sign on it that said before it fell, this is coming from Israel or this is coming from Tomahawk's coming in, they're coming in. But all that matters is truth going to come out at the end. We speculate all day, watch movies. Actual facts are what they are. It does stand to logic, though, that Israel, if Israel loses the backing of America, if America doesn't get to be seen as the good guy, that plays out real negative for Israel. It's better for Israel to claim it on America. You see what I'm saying? I should say it the other way around. For them to take credit for it. Because that keeps America in a pure image. Because those babies, everybody know Israel ain't got no problem killing no babies. Like you said in Palestine, that ain't nothing new. Anybody tripping on that.
Especially nigga babies.
But come down to
America does? You're saying
when it comes
has issue?
No. What I'm saying, Israel has no problem. Well, no, but here's my point. The international world watching matters about them babies, and that's just like everything. It matters. Ain't nobody putting out on Front Street. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, that's what Iran get.
I'm asking you though. You said that Israel don't give a damn about babies, but does America?
Of course, we know they don't. But what I'm saying on the international, how does it look? Okay. The optics don't look good when it's like you tomahawking a whole school of children, hundreds of little girls and shit. That ain't.
Yeah, I think it's two different things with giving a damn about babies and I know America doesn't, but I don't think nobody gonna take the state and say, hey, yeah, I did all that. That'd be crazy. That'd be suicide.
Early assessment show U.S. early assessors believe that the United States is responsible for the school, but nor Israel nor the United States has taken responsibility. But I dropped the links in the chat that early assessment, U.S. early assessment, they do believe that they were responsible. U.S. senators have called for an investigation, launched an investigation and a probe into the issue. Members of the Pentagon said that they believe upon video analysis that the bomb that was meant to hit the base next door, which it did, also hit the school and caused the school to be destroyed and the babies to be killed.
So the United States early assessment shows that the United States was responsible.
Israel gonna take
Do y'all mind? Somebody,
Okay, too late to the job.
Hey, do y'all mind if I speak? So, if the school was near the base, right? So that base was put by the school strategically, right? It's called blast radius. So it could be a direct hit. They got smart bombs where they can flag it, tag it, whatever, and that bomb goes straight to the location. That school is in the blast radius, so by default, the school gets blown up because it's in a blast radius. It will make a crater, a crater. It could be the size of 5 miles. It could be the size of 20 yards. It could be size of, you see what I'm saying? Depending on the size of the bomb that is going. Somebody who has been in a blast radius, meaning I wasn't in the initial explosion, but the ripple effect that comes from the explosion. I was in it. I've been there, right? So what I'm saying is that they may not have been trying to target the school. You see what I'm saying? They hit the base, and the school just happened to be in the blast radius. That's called collateral damage.
Wait, so
Hey,
this wasn't a direct hit?
this is
Oh, that
what I
changes
heard.
everything. It wasn't a direct hit. Wait.
This is what I heard. It directly hit the base. The school is in the blast radius. It gets blown up also.
So I heard that, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, that the military, our military, already had GPS coordinates on everything that they needed to hit. I heard that the place where the children were, that at one point in time was military, and they had outdated information. So that could be a reason why it was targeted and hit. It was still connected to the military. Is that true?
Ma'am, that is a strong. That could definitely be true. So one of the reasons that cause a lot of casualties is outdated information, right? What you just said is possible. What I said is possible. You understand what I'm saying? When they're fighting in a city, there are citizens that are not enemy combatants that are going to be collateral damage, men, women, and kids.
Yeah, I want to say
that changes the whole outlook if it wasn't a direct hit.
Even though I work with kids, and I was a site coordinator in the YMCA with middle school kids, running a program and paying people to come take. Even though I love the babies and I love the, it's really hard to say that. It's really hard for me to say that, y'all, like, if they, damn, bro, if they killed those kids, we still got bigger shit to worry about, bro. Babies, bro. And then I'm not trying to be desensitized about it, because none of them are gonna cry a tear, because they're still gonna kill more people. And we have so much to figure about what happens after the fact. I'm not saying we're wasting any our energy or anything like that, but I will say that.
I think a lot of people can agree with you there. It's not that we're insensitive. We just know that, reality, two things can be in the same phrase at the same time happening, like in this reality. We feel for what has happened, but we still have to stay focused on what is about to happen.
Thank you. So everybody, the cities where the wars being fought are the battle zone. There are people who can't evacuate on both sides. They can't evacuate, right? This is now if we send in ground troops, right? So when I went over there in 2009, they were called insurgents, later known as ISIS. They just started putting bombs on women and kids. They wasn't doing that in 2003 when I went over there. So enemy combatant in a combat zone might be a child. It might be. Now you see a kid, y'all have been in war. You see a kid, but the kid just picked up an AK-47. The kid has a bomb on their body. However it got there, but they got a bomb, they're walking towards you. You have to make a decision. You see what I'm saying? Now, collateral damage. They can't evacuate. They're gonna get hit. This is just reality. They're shooting missiles from a distance. There's gonna be a blast radius.
And that kind of changes everything.
Let me finish. There's going to be unintended tragedies. This is war, okay? This is a conflict. When you go to war, if you've ever been to war, okay, you get a chance to see what mankind can
due to mankind when civility is removed.
Right. So,
And I think
is it possible? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Pedro. I know you asked. If you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
I'll wait for you.
Go ahead.
See, I'm talking about our soldiers, when moms and habitually fight fucking children, and you wonder why their mental state is so fucked up when they come back to America. It's stuff they're not even talking about. But go ahead, Pedro.
Yeah, so is it possible that this wasn't a target at all? Like, is there any proof that they tried to target this as a strike? Because it sounds like what I'm saying is this could have been a strike on a building close in proximity, and the after could have took out the school.
It could have been for a little further city. Outdated information. Outdated information gets a lot of motherfuckers killed on both sides, right? It could be a multitude of things. Now I say whoever just spoke, what I just. So when we had got attacked, right? This is a possibility if brown troops go into this country. You understand? So Overpass, he had a book bag on his head, over his head. He's about to throw a bomb on the convoy. And he got hit with a 60 cal and he exploded like a brick, like a water balloon. But that was a kid. If the dude that shot the gun was fucked up, because he's like, man, you can hear it over the radio. I think that's a kid. Add him up. What's in his hand? Come to find out, he had a bomb. If he hesitates because he sees a kid, a lot of us are dead. So I'm trying to explain to you all what have to endure in a combat zone. You are not in a zone, so you don't have to think like that. That could kill you. And if you hesitate, you could die or you get killed.
Yeah. Let me say something in this regard.
Just like man, you gotta watch out for them.
Or see, a lot of this stuff, I'm not making a claim, yay or nay, okay? Maybe this was a propaganda ploy, okay? Look how we're talking about it. So it's very effective in that regard, okay? Now, once misinformation or fake news or whatever take a hold, it takes a lot of energy to undo that misinformation, meaning that even though they might publish the truth later on, it doesn't have an effect on relieving the initial release of that information. So all I'm simply stating is that this could have been a pure propaganda attack or deployment in order to distract us from something greater. And that's all I have to say about this topic.
Hey, Corey, question, Corey. Corey, you there? Real quick, Corey, leaning on your definite experience. When this came out, there was a denial on the U.S. part, and it was a blame on Iran. It was, speaking, you think they didn't even bring up, it could be collateral damage. Like, hey, that you just said, why didn't they go that road instead of just immediately saying, no, Iran did it?
They admitted that they did it today. They admitted.
No. That question was for Corey about. I'm just trying to understand what his thoughts about why they didn't just come out and say, like you said in here, it made sense. Everybody understood, like collateral damage happens. Why they didn't go that route, like everybody would have understood, like, hey, the bombs came from miles away, missiles and whatever. And so, hey, it kind of fragments, whatever. It did a thing, but they went and said it was Iran that did the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I said they just said it about an hour or two ago. One of the Congress
propaganda. Hold on. Who would you say, Jerome? You said, hold on. You said one of the congressmen. Speak on that.
I don't know if he's from South Carolina. He has a real. He speaks with a funny lisp.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw it too.
Yeah, he was on Fox. He said that it was definitely the U.S. that hit him, and they said that it wasn't intentional, and that they wanted the death of the girl.
And he said, yeah, if you just say I'm sorry and keep him.
It was war. Well, they playing war games, so It is what it is. I hate that happened to the young.
Who's related with the Android phone?
Hold on, let's let it land real quick. And Jamal, one quick question. So this was Fox News that gave that information, correct?
Yeah, it was about an hour ago. I heard it about an hour ago.
That's the Republican channel. Okay, go ahead.
It was on CNN too.
Can I get a word in after?
I forget his name. He talks with a lisp, and he got curly, kind of like semi-curly brown hair.
Lindsey Graham, the black man, the Black Panther man.
No. Lindsey Graham.
Oh, one like
that was South Carolina. Lindsey Graham is South Carolina. The other one, I don't know, but I don't know where. But they admitted it. They admitted that they did it. They said it was unintentional. They didn't mean to do it. He said it was something that's some shit that Russia would do. And he tried. Of course, he would try to, say some crazy shit. But
wow,
they did it.
They even threw Russia in there.
Real quick. He was saying we don't do stuff like that as Americans.
The United States of America is a righteous country.
He said
real quick. Are there, while we're updated on this, somebody give me a report of Russia bombing children in Ukraine?
They hit a library. It was about a year ago, I think. I know they hit a library. I can remember that time they hit. And then one time they hit like a residential apartment building. Russia be doing shit. They been banging like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Sean, step up. One of y'all on mic, off mic.
I remember they hit a library, and then one time they hit a residential apartment building. I mean,
Hey, John, the context of what he was saying is that we don't do that stuff on purpose. We wouldn't do it. Was a mistake, and we're sorry. That's where he threw Russia under the bus. He said, we're not like Russia. We don't do that on purpose. Nobody in America would do that on purpose.
Solid, man.
We made a mistake. We made a mistake is what he was saying.
Like, even throwing Russia under the bus under that shit is like, that's foul as hell. Like get Donald Trump put Biden whenever he got a chance. He'll throw Biden under that shit ASAP, bro. A nigga, shit, bro. I think they be.
Sean, you can go next. Go on.
Thank you.
All right, can I go?
Hurry up, because you and your TV talking. Go ahead.
All right, what about now?
Go ahead.
All right. You're welcome. When it comes to this situation, I want to ask one of you guys a question. If Russia gave you that deal, how much you take to flip on the United States? If they have a situation where you can be in Moscow, what's the price? What's the number? How much Vladimir Putin got to cash from y'all out here and say, hey man, fuck this white supremacy system, fuck this beast, get hit these niggas with a nuclear weapon concurrently, consistent. How much you take?
They only need 100,000.
1 million, 5 million?
They only need 100,000. They would sell out their country for 100,000.
Oh, fucking
Where Vladimir Putin, he pretty much do how they do the big glacier tactic where they say you need you went to Jim Crow.
Hey, dudes was getting a jab for a joint. That's for a joint. They was taking the jab. Come on.
So that's for a joint and then brand new beer.
Right to 13 stop.
You already niggas are so serious. You're so political and so serious, and you're so intelligent and have so much to offer. Like, that was the dumbest fucking shit I ever heard. Well, nigga, ain't nobody jumping shit for no fucking. What the hell, bro? We the biggest shit right here.
I don't know what y'all. Okay, well, I don't know what y'all problem is, but Sean was just talking, and everybody, 3 people came off their mics to talk while he's talking, and the man literally just got in the motherfucking room. Mute yourself up and let the man talk and let him land his plane.
My fault, right?
Okay, that wasn't even for you to even respond.
There you go. Next. Who's next? Go ahead, Sean.
I just this might be the last chance where the Axis power can be able to actually say we can take out the United States. You have been dealt with slavery, you have been dealt with Jim Crow, code laws, situation of getting your children to alligators, scenarios of redlining, all the situation. How much is he taking? The possibly situation of, man, I'm side with you, whatever you need. Destroy white supremacy in its crux, destroy the United States and Israel and the Western powers. How much is y'all taking? That's my simple question. It's just a hypothetical. Nothing need to be taken serious. Just ask the question. I'm done.
So, Sean, I'll take nothing. There's nothing that I have would be given to me for me to trade out my country, knowing that there's nothing that's going to be comparable to the situation I'm in right now.
Thank you. Sean was making a point because a lot of people was talking up in Russia.
Well, a lot of these people act like they pick up Iran, China. Like when the China situation comes next, a little further, these people gonna be rooting for China.
right. They sound just like anything against America. Anybody that's at war against America, these niggas be, oh my goodness, they be saying their praises. It's like, do y'all know they don't have any liberty or justice for melanated people in China either?
That's why I asked the question, man. Because it seemed like stuff ready to take that bag where Vladimir Putin said, my nigga, what's happening? $5 million? Here the keys to the truck. Here the keys to the truck. These child ears, all this shit, child blessings, How much? Because it seemed like y'all ready to go. It seemed like y'all ready to go to
I'm gonna need to
y'all talking.
And get my family out. And get my kids
Not just
out.
only you. The deal is only you.
B
you got the one that got the infection, not your family.
$1 billion and my family out. I go ahead and.
He just said that the deal. First off, you got to listen to be able to make the deal. He said it's just you.
Just you.
You don't got It's 10 B's. It's 10 B's, one for each of my kids and me. So that's 10 B's.
So we ain't gonna even make the deal with you. We done already talked the paperwork because you don't fucking listen.
Yeah, we done killed this nigga already.
God damn.
He started talking about when we can't have kids, man. Move on. We talking about you. Yeah, we talking about you. See, listen, I think black people have this weird fixation that there's gonna be somebody that cares about them and their kids around the world. Ask about you. Are you willing to trade out your country, sir? The deal is for you.
Destroy white supremacy.
10 B's. I take 10 B's.
Nah, that nigga ain't got no family, bro. No mother. Pedro, this is crazy.
10.
That's why I
call your mama tomorrow, right now, later, today.
No, that's the same person that's telling everybody to be fruitful and multiply and have all these damn kids. But now he's talking about some just for him. Go drive that truck.
Truck. As a little feather, he'll be coming around the corner when he comes. Then go to work. Go to work, man.
I'll figure the rest out.
I'll figure the rest out. Because I'm not selling out the United States. Even though I have a grip and I have issues with the United States, I can't necessarily trust it. I have to go with the devil I know. And I don't know the Chinese or the Russian devil because the Chinese and the Russians don't even got social media that they can be able to voice their opinions out. How we voice our opinions every 5 seconds over information. Misinformation. A lot of the times, the shit they talk about, nigga, you couldn't even go to Africa. Like a lot of y'all niggas want to do this Pan-African shit, but you still come in there with American customs. Like I saw one brother, he got locked up. He went to Nigeria. He was talking about Tinubu being a crack dealer in the 90s and him working a deal with the CIA inside the 90s under Bill Clinton, moving work through Nigeria. See, so he got pinned up, and now he got to be able to fight for his life in a different country where he can't even be able to talk to shit like he could in the United States. At least with us, we can talk as much cash shit, and none of us die.
Hey, what's up?
We're still moving and grooving. We're still raising our kids, living life, traveling. Ain't nobody got end up for this situation. But you have billionaires like Jack Ma, worth $35 billion, got more power than most motherfuckers in the United States, let alone if they're white or black. He get hemmed up with the government because he had an issue when it comes to wealth tax. As you didn't pay, said, nigga, we're going to put you in this motherfucking cage. We're going to see how you really like it when we take and pound your assets and your wealth. So that's why I asked that question. How much could Russians and the Chinese pay, where nigga, you went to white supremacy, nigga, you the white supremacist first. Who knows white supremacy more than black?
Right. Hey, but wait, I'm sorry. You said somebody. You said something about the internet, social media. Somebody went right to showing you how dumb they are. They made AI. Yeah, you know how fucking crazy it is that you made AI, you made social media, you made all these platforms, and you can't even use it. You know how crazy it is for you to be the person making the iPhone, and you can't have the privilege of owning it and exploring all the features of it. You know how crazy it is for you to be a scientist in China, and you can't even warn people that a world fucking plague type of a situation is coming. What? You know how fucking crazy that is? Yeah, you know, bro, we have too many liberties here in America. Hey, yo, Sean, I wish you were here earlier for Melissa's one of our statements. Yo, hold on, I'm letting you hear. People in America don't realize the privileges that we have. And it's kind of fucking crazy. I know we got a lot of travesties going on. Yeah, I know we got a lot of fucking travesties.
From Africa to here, we have liberties here.
Yeah,
Americans don't be knowing.
Yeah, and I want to land, right? So people are going to talk about all these different travesties that we have. But even through all that, y'all, we are a spoiled fucking society of people. That's black, white, Chinese, whoever you may think you are, right? There's nobody around the world with most of these liberties. That's to even call out our president is insane in Mexico.
But did you see how that white chick left the United States, went to Canada, and now she's saying, why ain't I get no food stamps? Why ain't I get no house?
Yeah, right.
Same setup that they gave illegals here. You want the same setup in Canada.
Right.
Where you want to be more expensive.
I'm a little blowed though, because Pedro, you were saying something, but as soon as you talk about like how Chinese people go warn them about, nigga, why they go warn?
I was referencing Wuhan, China with the COVID. There was a scientist there. If you don't know it, you don't know it.
So you actually have a good response to what I'm actually about to tell you. Okay, relax. What I'm saying is that, bro, how are we gonna look at a motherfucker and say, oh, they can't even warn each other about AI because, bro, they're the ones who are calling the shots, bro. They gonna warn each other about what they about to do, bro. Deep sea. If you have been keeping up with
Deep
the
sea
steel,
is cheating the video chip. That's basically it.
bro, relax.
So
Deep sea is not about shit. Deep sea is about infrastructure, bro.
They're still using the video chips.
They're not. They have developed their own infrastructure at this point. And I'm a computer science major, and I really feel like I shouldn't have to mention that. But I think that's important to know that this is part of my industry. So yeah, you telling us they can't even warn each other about AI, bro. They're the ones who are what do you call it? They're the ones who are aggressors, bro. They're about to warn each other about how they. We the ones who at the bottom end of the shit, bro. With the shit that went down with what Claude Anthropic about them not being used, Claude not being used for autonomous killing in the military. Like, we're having an issue homeland. Like, they're on a unified front, bro.
But they found a replacement, big dog. Like, just because they refuse to do the contract, you got companies like Ondas, and you also got Kraken Robotics that are doing underwater drones. So actually, when you are finished talking, I would like to talk about
that'll be solid, but you can't take away from the fact that China is not worried about who's about to come for them, bro. They're the aggressors, bro.
But if
they're the ones who are on
space, then you can't be able to win the war, no matter how many robotics that you have, drone supports, minesweepers.
What I'm trying to tell you,
satellite, then you already lost.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I do want to hear what you have to say, especially in a rebuttal to what I'm sharing. What I'm trying to convey is that China is not in a defensive state right now, bro. They've been aggressive this whole fucking time, especially with the open source space. With CDAN? Bro, like, I'm keeping up with this shit. Like, nigga, this is my work.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'm not saying that you right or I'm wrong. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to convey to you is that we in America, we're the one on defense. So to hear someone say that, yo, they can't warn each other about an AI attack, nigga, they're the ones who are running the fucking play. What they got to worry about? They the ones that's building new chips and new architectures that for them not to have semiconductors, and then we're all in the country about them wanting to take over Taiwan. They probably won't even have to take over Taiwan after they're done, bro. That's how much work they doing, bro. They know how to take shit, fabricate it, create it in their way, sell it for cheap to other motherfuckers, and hold on to the good shit for themselves, bro. They did a great job for the last 40 feet, bro. They're doing awesome, bro. This shit is crazy.
Like I said, if you can't be able to outspend America when it comes to defense, because the funny part about it is they already got technology to take out using lasers right now. How they're sinking 3 naval ships every hour by the hour really through satellite. Palantir, and you also have the other tech companies that's working alongside with them.
Man,
NVIDIA, AMD, and you also have Taiwan Semiconductors investing $165 billion in 5 new plants in Arizona, which I'm literally at right now, looking at the scenario of how much plants again. $200 billion from Micron for the memory chip systems. And you also have deep sea mining and deep sea drone water that can put weapons on that bitch. Like I said, China's going to make it look interesting, but China and Russia has already given their best technology to Iran. And Iran's naval has literally been destroyed 53% in the first week.
I can't even believe you said that shit, bro. You should never repeat that again. Because you're going to give us security that niggas cannot figure out. They cannot go to...
I repeat it again. They have 107 naval vessels that they have on the dock. 53% of that has already taken out in the first week, just based off the satellite of Starlink and Palantir working together. And you also have Lockheed Martin running through with General Dynamics and also Northrop Grumman. I'm literally outside of Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, I'm in Orlando, bro. I know we right here, bro. Yeah, so, Space Force right here. Okay, I don't want to overtalk you. You're right. Okay, I'm gonna check.
Yeah, and I do want to add something as far as chip manufacturing. I mean, although China is right next to Taiwan, they don't have any, government authority over Taiwan. And yeah, unfortunately, like Taiwan is a sovereign nation, and most of the chip making companies are American, if not have made deals to produce and limit produce in America, manufacture in America, but also limit the amount of the quantities that they're selling to other countries because of the deals that they're making with America. China doesn't produce like on their own without chip making companies. They don't produce that much. Like they only have one major company produce nearly as much as what Taiwan is producing, or all of the companies that are American companies in combined. Like not even close.
They need that cobalt.
Yeah, but the thing is that for modern technology, especially modern warfare, you need chips. You need access to chips.
Yeah, so I'm saying that the chips are made out of cobalt. That's what I'm saying. They can't do it without them. I'm agreeing with you.
The rare earth minerals scenario has been handled.
Cobalt is in Africa, though.
The Congo, yeah, that's why.
And they cleared out Haiti out of it. Haiti was the last place.
And that's why the United States has done a trade and security agreement with DRC with their problem in Rwanda against M52, M2, whatever troops that's harassing them in that area. Because of the rare earth minerals. China has 90% of it. China has access to 10,000 gigawatts versus our 3,500 gigawatts. And we have to be able to figure out what's the play. Cut their 2 largest oil suppliers and literally tokenize the situation of those assets of 500 billion barrels to be able to get the one up and also protect the petrodollar. We kept saying about this yesterday where we was on the ball yesterday, but we forgot about our own talking point of how 40% of China's oil comes from Iran and Venezuela. Now that situation's being in the United States custody or blocked. That's why China said, can you please stop bombing Saudi Arabia, Iran? Because that's their 3rd oil supplier, as well as Russia is, moving back and forth. So when it comes to that situation, they're going to take Taiwan. Taiwan's going to be very expensive. They have $500 billion in imports that didn't get sold last year because of the tariff block of 50-80% on a lot of their goods, 2,000% on a lot of goods. So with that situation there, 40% of your oil storage has been cut. Then you also have a scenario of Japan investing $1 trillion in defense. Well, 1 trillion Japanese dollars in their defense, equivalent of $200 billion in defense and weapons. South Korea, $100 billion in defense. And Australia, Asia, Indonesia, where that whole corridor is literally arming up and gearing up for that day of taking over Taiwan comes. But it's not going to be a very cheap one. And if they're Japanese, mind you, Japanese and Vietnamese whooped their ass before. And they also got their tits up just as quickly as the United States did, and just as quickly, if not quicker, with quality than fucking China has. Like, if you have technology, you go to Japan. You don't go to China to go to that shit. At least Japan, your intellectual property is protected. You don't have a cheap spin-off damn 2 years on your own technology. So, like I said, we'll see. We'll see.
Yo, what you said was funny. Yeah, that was it.
Hey, big dog, I'm making money off my situations, man. So if I'm wrong, cool. I can be wrong to somebody that's in the field, no problem. But when it comes to the stock market and these government contracts, these companies getting funded right now as we speak.
What you need to do is put some stock on those shits.
Why do you think Raytheon Technology and Lockheed Martin pulled up to the White House 2 days ago?
Yeah, invest in heavy metals, people. Heavy metals is the game right now. You want to make some money?
Well, if you want to do heavy metals, then do hydrograph. That's graphene. That's needed when it comes to being cheaper than lithium. Cheaper and easy to process than lithium. Graphene, hydrograph, clean power. That's the stock.
What is it? Lockheed Martin. That's the one, right?
That's one of them. But hydrograph is cheaper than Lockheed Martin. That's still under $10. Oh, shit. And they're getting prioritized because they're a rare earth mineral company.
They're an American company.
What region they from? Who are they?
It's Cheney. That's Cheney's company. Lockheed Martin belongs to Cheney.
No, that's Halliburton.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I'm sorry. Halliburton. Halliburton is the other one you got to play with.
Not Lockheed, the one you were speaking on, Sean.
Hydrograph.
Well, what region they working out of?
They're working out of the United States and also in Europe, Eastern Europe, Kazakhstan.
But it's an American company, though.
It's American registered. It's a conglomerate, so it runs through multiple locations.
Yeah, if I can foreshadow, also Venezuela, I think that acquirement is probably gonna be our saving grace. Yeah, so hopefully we'll see that development, because ain't no fucking way we getting anything out of the Middle East at this point.
Why do you think he did it right before they did this dumb shit? At least he was smart on that part.
Well, when it comes to the Hydrojob company, they're the only company that has cracked the code for sending SP2 bonded fractional graphene. When it comes to that situation,
besides China, right?
They have signed a U.S. Army deal, both on the Kirsten and also the GEIC. Both have discussed and being in process formalizing their U.S. PAC. So when it comes to what they're doing, they're getting involved where they're both involved with the EPA approvals, the U.S. Army, and they also have more government contracts on the way. So they're positioned to be at the very center of the nanotechnology and nanomaterial sector. So when it comes to SP2 bonding, the nanocarbon fractional aggregates are at the center of the sector. So when it comes to this situation, most people are clueless on how this means and what this means. But this is one of the rare earth components that literally can be able to put a lot of you guys' portfolio over the top. So we talk about copper, we talk about gold, we talk about uranium, even though I'm very bullish on copper and uranium. But I think graphene can make the situation where the U.S. Army can use this for the very, very long term.
That's supposed to be.
Don't forget to say it, Sean. Say it.
So, what was the question?
Graphene is supposed to be the next step up, and the super. Let me get that shit right. Yay.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
That's right. I'm a computer science major, and my programming teacher told me that Satisfactory is the best game to help develop an engineering mind. And I have this past month. I spent a lot of time with it, and I've been showing my young niggas the platform, and this is something that I can offer to that. If you can put a really good computer in front of you and install Steam and put Satisfactory on that computer, I've spent enough time with it myself to know that it is what it is. That's it, that it is. It shows them what the natural resource makes you go and find it. You do have to refine it too, and it allows you to build systems. And that's the mindset of an engineer. Even though they say, yo, coding and programming is going to be out the window, AI going to take it from you. No. The ideal of why it's still important that we still code is that it's a particular mindset of being an engineer, and it's called Satisfactory, y'all. Put it in front of your young little bro, your young lady. They're gonna love it. It's like Roblox in a way, but it's very realistic, and that's the way up to get to nuclear power plants is a great experience. It's been a great journey for me.
You know what I say, hon? Even though people say coding is not important, I say that we need to learn how to create them before they fix us. So don't go by, we don't need to learn. We still need to learn that.
Yeah, man, we on the same page. Good shit.
Yeah. Well, Evan, this is all based on the future of the planet.
Oh, and Sean, don't forget zinc.
Yeah, well, zinc, yeah, titanium.
Listen, Sean, the white man does not decide the future of the planet. We, the people, decide the future of the planet. And in the act of us sitting here and supporting these industries, investing in graphene oxide, brother, do you know what they're doing with this shit? They are using this to spray synthetic parasites in the atmosphere and using graphene oxide as a carrier. And we talking about supporting that shit? See, this is how all of their agendas are able to prosper in the way that they are. Because we're operating from a limited perspective and we're so blinded by the money and the 3D aspect of this reality that we would sit here and use our G's, our spirit, to support the very that is being used to destroy us.
Well, Brother Evan,
at what point do we start to wake the fuck up?
And that's why I asked
we decide this shit by means of how we utilize our free will and our consent, and especially our money.
But if we don't learn about it, brother, what does that leave us behind? We need to
blindly ignorant. Blindly ignorant.
What? Y'all sitting here trying to booty clap for the white man and play into his illusion. What do you think that's going to get you?
Talking about? Oh my God! You have no idea what he was saying.
We're not talking about
booty clapping. We're talking about learning about what
graphene oxide. All of these industries are being used to support the digitization of everything on this planet. They are using nanotechnology, quantum biosystems in the atmosphere, and using graphene oxide carrier. What that means is we do not need to be seeing this shit.
But Evan, you are using nanotechnology right now.
It doesn't matter, Sean. It doesn't matter. At what point do we take a stand and say bullshit needs to stop?
Using it, brother. Now that doesn't make
sense.
It
don't matter. How you see? This is what I'm saying. You niggas with this elitist mindset get on my fucking nerves, yo. It does not matter. We decide. We decide our future.
That's very emotional.
We're using these devices. We can stop.
Let them die.
But we're not stopping using these devices.
Sean, let them die. If you don't want to live in the future,
what you mean? What you mean?
Y'all playing with the man. Y'all, man. I mean, Jesus Christ.
It's Cash.
No, I didn't get caught in the Matrix. That nigga got caught in the Matrix.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I'm good.
Y'all be working on my nerve.
So, Brother Evan, like I said, when it comes to that situation, I'm literally just informing people of where the investments is going. To be honest, we're already taking advantage of blood diamonds. We are literally using our phone has all of the child labor from China, all the situations we say we're against. We also have.
Oh, now it doesn't matter because you're using it.
No,
because if we're going with that mindset, then that means that we should just let them do whatever they want because we're already deep in the bullshit. Just let them do whatever they want.
Brother,
you feel what I'm saying? We're already using all their disease. Plenty of people don't already got their vaccines. So why do anything about it? You know, it's really
You're being a hypocrite. You're just being a hypocrite.
That shit.
Bro,
You gotta be logically consistent, honey.
Because this is used all the phones that we have. The phones that we have and all the stuff that we call everyday living has been used on an exploitative manner. These companies,
and what you need to understand, let me respond real quick. What you need to understand is if we let them cook, it's going to get even worse. Yes, because I'm not sure you actually get where I'm coming from.
I'm just talking to the whole stage in the room. Because I'm just...
He's still talking about it. You want a phone that children had to slave to make, and you on here upset about it, saying we need to make a change. But he not ready to change.
Hold on. I see. This is what represents the root of the issue because what I'm talking about is that the further.
We know we did the root of the issue too. If you on here criticizing people,
who am I blaming? See, this is the thing. I'm personalizing what I'm saying. Now you misconstruing.
Oh my God! You did not just fuck. Oh my God! Oh.
Right. I never separated myself from this. This is a diverse conversation.
You just sat here while Sean was talking, and you interrupted him to voice your opinion about what he's talking about.
Interrupted. He addressed. I responded,
but I didn't finish. You kept cutting me off, sir. Like I said, Evan, it's okay that we disagree.
You didn't address me, so I responded.
I have no problem that we disagree. Just informing the room of what was going on when it comes to the government funding on budget to budget, from Department of Defense, Department of Treasury, Department of Education. I go over funding when it comes to the government. The companies that I've really listed, when it comes to graph, these people are literally using it when it comes to both the data center component and also going green. These people, the whole big society, the elites, Black would be the main ones talking about we need to go green. And this is a green energy company. And now we somehow have some kind of morality clause where we're so against it. But 4 years ago, you're saying we had to go green. Now, when these green companies are now blowing up, and these companies are now starting to get traction, now we're against it. I mentioned uranium. I talk about uranium all the time. Titanium, tin, hell. Even Francis mentioned about zinc. Even Francis mentioned about zinc and cobalt. We're talking about rare earth minerals so we can at least position our families where we're not behind on the mark anymore. We're ahead of the curve because, one, we invested in companies. We didn't kill nobody. We just put money in the market. And if you have a problem with that, a lot of y'all work in corporate America, y'all got a 401k. You might 401k, that stock market account that you have is your retirement, is blood money too. At least the Native American, Indian, Indigenous, at least the Native American Indigenous, they stand on COVID. They don't even take $20 bills. They don't even take $20. They don't even take Andrew Jackson bills. If we're going to stand on something, no problem. But we are still making money off a slave phone. Our phones is literally that outside labor of offshoring, doing the work, doing 12 hours a day, slaving it, and we still get to use our iPhone. We use our big 72-inch screen TV. We have all the luxuries of the Western world. And we're now saying that we want to break up the Western homogeny while still using the tools and the components of the homogeny that we're supposed to be against. It's hypocritical. I think it's very hypocritical. I know we can have issues when it comes to our government, the way how certain things is done, of course. But to act like I done killed somebody just over telling somebody about some damn stock companies? Come on, man. Like I said, man, and the funniest thing about it is I just want to be able to help people to get financially informed, man. We can disagree all we want. But damn it, everything we do has some kind of dark twist behind it. We want to listen to the news. We listen to
we start to change that?
We do all this shit.
When do we start to change that? Is my question.
You
when we start to change that?
Hypocrites.
All right. Nobody is really offering a counter argument. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when do we start to change that instead of going along with it? That's the point.
Well, that is your argument, sir. I'm just telling people how to be informed. I'm helping people that are literally trying to find ways how to secure their financial future for their family. and I'm not even charging. I don't want to charge on this information. I thoroughly love learning about a new country.
And that's why he's going to be our secretary. That's why he's going to be our Secretary of Treasury. Because he do this shit just because he want to see niggas on top. Tell him, Sean.
Like, come on, man. Like, how am I the enemy? I'm trying to get you paid. That's the back.
You personalizing what I'm saying. I'm not
how
using the word.
How the fuck about it?
Yo, y'all gotta
I'm saying we gotta start thinking more understanding.
I gotta chill on that, bro. Y'all tag team it, bro.
Like, dude, I get it, you know.
Well, let's be fair. Let Evan say whatever he gotta say.
No problem.
Nobody come off mic to personalize it.
No problem.
Go ahead, Evan.
Well, the point is not to take it personally because we're all complicit in the bullshit because we don't have no choice but to be. But that's what I'm saying, the fact that we are the people and that all of this bullshit, all of the war, the system that we know it, politics, the financial system, fractional reserve banking, the straw man deception, all of this shit is being funded by our energies, the energies of our spirit. So what that means is that our input decides the output. So if we want a different output, we gotta start changing the input. Like, that's it. You know what I'm saying? And there's all things that we can do individually and collectively to contribute to that process. But the number one thing is how we spend our money. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think that's the truth, bro. I think you're right. Because I think our problem at the base level is we do not have enough compute, man. These white boys have a gaming computer since they were little. And we might see little videos of them throwing their little Xbox in the pool and shit, but them boys had a big computer with a 50. You feel me? An NVIDIA. Come on, man. That's the type of stuff we need to be on. So I do respect where you're coming from with that.
Could I get in there real quick? This stuff.
Go ahead.
The brother who was just speaking, what was his name?
Evan,
yeah. Evan, I've been sitting here listening for a while, and I asked Sean that maybe last week sometime with respect to people's perspective on profiting off war, right? But when you speak about our power and our consciousness and our awareness and our ability to change the status quo, I honestly don't believe that we will arrive there in mass until mass destruction. Just driving along the freeway, imagine something terrible happening where, millions of people are impacted, or, hundreds of thousands, our people are impacted. I don't think it's until that time when we will begin to think differently. It's interesting, human nature. It's like people have a position until they're affected by said thing, and then people begin to look at things a little differently. So I just don't see us arising to that level of consciousness. I see us doing it more reactively, unfortunately, instead of proactive.
And that might be our plight too, that we don't trust each other enough to say that, okay, if somebody said, hey, this is what we need to be doing. But at the same time too, knowing that we're also distracted, I think we are the most distracted people in all of reality. And if we get rid of distraction, we might be able to focus on what our kids are actually doing, what they're seeing, and also too how to navigate them in the reality that would put them ahead of the other motherfuckers who are paying attention to the kids and do put them in private school. No slack to nobody who don't do that. But these are the type of moves that they make when they know that, okay, I'm going to make sure my kid get the best of the best type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when it comes to everything, everybody has an angle. I feel that when it comes to me, when situations like this happens, every single big event happens, from the tariffs, when I told you about the stock place on that, to this, to situations of maybe 2020 was on YouTube and telling people how to be able to structure your portfolio to beat inflation. It's always been a scenario where I'm tracking the money. With me, you could call it amoral. Yeah, it's an amoral stance where I'm looking at companies that are generally making money that's backed by the government. I have put no gun to nobody's face. You can take the information and say, all right, I'll do it, I won't do it, no problem. But when it comes to the situation of the selective outrage, where if we really thought the way how we thought, the internet would have been a thing. I remember people used to always say back in 2000 that the internet is the mark of the beast. Now you see everybody right now, all 40 of us in this room talking to each other in the same house. So, when it comes to that situation, people, first people say it's the mark of the beast, and when it goes by and people missed out on buying Microsoft at $3 a share, or missed out on buying IBM at $2 in the 1990s and the 2000s, to now it's worth hundreds of dollars.
Netflix, Sean. Netflix.
That could
the most.
Let me at least finish. That could at least took care of a lot of Black people that was literally in either struggling and working, just slaving and working, have no control and power. Where I don't believe that people should suffer while everybody else is learning the information and the Black community gets, I guess, the propaganda, the misinformation of what's going on, instead of being in the know of what is the transition. Because we all benefit from the transition. Internet, you got people saying, I don't fuck with AI. Now they're using ChatGPT on their daily Google searches like they used to do with Google and Microsoft. Where technology is evolving, people evolve with the technology. Only body that I know that thoroughly has a landline is baby boomers, where a lot of baby boomers say, man, I don't fuck with none of that social network shit. I don't fuck with none of that phone shit. It's what's fucking up your head. And I got baby boomer family ends that say that. See what's wrong with y'all? Y'all on this goddamn social network fucking your brain up. Now you in the situation of, well, damn. Now you see where you can be like someone of I guess a programmed sheeple, shill, whatever you want to call it, because we're playing this morality game when we on the internet. Internet got all kind of smut, but we don't say, we find the good in the internet. See, that's because we get our information from the internet. See, we don't write everything off. And me just talking about, to finish it off here, me just talking about mining companies, defense, these are not even gun companies. These are like satellite. Shit, your internet company is considered a defense stock because they're getting a government contract from the Department of Defense to use their satellite systems. So it's not even weapons. This shit is just mining companies and facilities. The same mining companies we need for everyday products that's being sold, And I think we play this weird game where we all shorted, where motherfuckers in the 90s gave China and Mexico all the damn work. And motherfuckers saying, well, they're doing slave labor. Well, motherfucker, you offshore this shit. We could have had Black men still in them damn factories and plants in the South, doing business, making and eating and learning and living and working, doing their job. But no, we took the Black man's job and gave it to the children in China. And then we cry about slave labor. Now we cry about situations, repercussions, and tribulations of that shit. But when people try to warn you back in the 90s, oh no, we got to go global. Global? Nigga, why do we move our shit from there and buy their shit and get them rich when it could have been Black Americans selling tech in the 2000s and the 2010s if we kept all our manufacturing in-house?
Right.
So, that's where I don't know, man. Black people, I think we listen to these white liberal crackers way too much. White conservative ain't got nothing for you, but he don't act like your friend. The white liberal always help you niggas. We gonna help. We gonna we gonna help and save you niggas while we fuck you niggas up with open borders and offshore the jobs and tax your damn property, your grandmama crib off the chain. But I'm sorry, Erica. I know you want to say something. Go ahead.
Erica, you
I want to say that I'm just trying to tell you to let go of that goddamn mic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You been on that ball, fell asleep, woke back up. You still on that mic.
Go ahead, Erica.
I'm holding on to every word he's saying, though, Erica. That's the crazy part. Like, I'm eating it. I'll sit and listen to you talk for hours because I know you give me just some good shit.
Because he's brilliant. Sean is brilliant.
And it's hard for me to sit. You feel me? Like, I feel like I be knowing a lot of
Sean,
things.
you so brilliant.
Come on, Erica. Let me kiss his ass a little bit. How many young Black men speak like him? Come on, Erica. Let's give him his props a little bit. A little bit of props. We already give him too much African.
Black man, so I can't.
Erica needs some stock plays. Then she won't say that I'm a genius.
But if you allow me to finish, then you guys you won't have to say what you're saying.
Go ahead.
Said I don't know every black man, but you do come across as an intelligent black man.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's probably on paper too.
I feel that's the only nicest thing I ever said on tape.
It's probably on paper too.
Cannot with y'all, phone, bro.
Thank you. I just want to hear it.
The nicest thing Eric done said all day, like I've been on here just cussing everybody out. I cannot. I'm sorry. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I don't have a lot of energy to do things that I forget I did. And you know what? I forget I was nice to you a minute ago and mean to you a minute ago. I'm just me. Really don't.
And we love you just the way you are.
Anything but just me. What we gonna do with where we at? Cause man, if Sean down want to have no damn financials like that, man, take them off to the side.
Come on, man. Come on.
And that man right there hollering. Man, they got a quota in this, okay? You heard?
Hey, Erica, what's so crazy is that what happens,
Keep talking over people's life too. It's crazy. Say 2 words.
Hey, go ahead, stop.
This fuss box this is whoever named it appropriately so. But I think oftentimes, and I'll speak for myself because I won't speak to anybody else's ignorance. Sometimes when you don't know, right? Like you can't relate to whatever is being shared because you lack the knowledge. And this is why, and I said this to Sean before, or I asked him rather, if he had a group or if he does any type of training, because honestly, a lot of us lack the basic fundamentals. Yes, you may have all kind of brokerage accounts, 401 accounts, and all of that, but are you knowledgeable about what they're doing with your money in those particular funds? Are you knowledgeable about how your portfolio is invested and have enough knowledge to say, you know what, actually do the state of the world, right, or the state of the nation, or this particular industry, let me, make some strategic moves. That I think is where people lose interest because they lack the knowledge. Because this information is incredibly powerful, I think, if used right.
Thank you.
And it's more powerful if heard.
Well, knowledge is only powerful if it's applied. I can tell you some very powerful information, but if you don't apply it, it's not powerful to you. I'm done speaking.
Those ears let him hear. Says Jesus is the greatest no mouth.
I want to say one thing. I've
Smacking
noticed
on
a
the
lot.
goddamn mic. Stop smacking on the mic, Johnson, coming off the mic eating and shit.
Yeah, I was going to say.
This nigga got a hot plate and start talking.
It's disgusting.
Bro, y'all ain't gonna talk crazy about my brother.
Is my mic on at all? Can anybody hear me or y'all just ignoring me?
We hear you.
All right. So I just want to say real quick, in the generation that we have in the 30s, we got some real gifted young people. I've met a few of them. I've discussed different stuff with them and talked to different ones, and we do have some young gifted black. I think that one of the things we have to do is we got to kind of work with them and see where their creative stuff takes them. A lot of times the ideas that you might have as a Gen X person, I was in a room today and we were talking about it. You can give the idea to a Gen Z, and you can give the idea even to a millennial, and you're going to get a different take on things as you give these ideas. And it's a great way to analyze before bringing things to market and doing things. especially if you have a couple that you work with directly. So, yeah, I would drop that as a jewel. Work with some of these young people and work with ones that you can trust, so you can put ideas on them and see what they think about it. I'll land right there.
Man, y'all, I can tell there's a lot of people in the black community that don't like making money. And the funniest part of it is they used to sell dope back in the day.
It's not that. I'm telling you, it's not that people don't like making money.
Steph has it right. It ain't they don't want to make money. They don't want to tell you that they don't know what you're talking about. Be willing to why you don't come to finish with that point? That's my question.
That is funny as hell.
Because I didn't want to.
Damn.
Let her talk, bro.
No, he got it 100%. Mister, he got it. You that's exactly.
That's my sister, so relax and stop smacking.
Okay.
How about that?
Somebody got themselves a plate eating. Yeah, niggas smacking in everybody's ear and shit.
It must be lunchtime.
I'm making my ribs right now with some white rice.
Must be dinner time. It's around 3. How the fuck y'all eating?
Dinner. It's 6:30 in New York.
But yeah, man, that's crazy. But how do niggas not know how to make money, don't want to learn how to make money when these niggas so crack? Nigga, I don't know how to make fucking crack. These niggas did it on a fucking stove in the kitchen and made hundreds of thousands, not millions.
Well, before you invest anything, you gotta have some money to invest.
So ours is virtual money, Sean. Ours is not something they can touch and feel.
Y'all niggas have cooked up crack and shit and made millions and millions of dollars, boy. But now, since you motherfucker, the crack money done dried up, cartel ain't the plug no more for you. And you got home in this shit. You done served 15, 20 years in the joint and shit. Now, motherfucker trying to talk about some stocks and shit. Oh, nah, bro, that's profiteering.
Pfizer took it. Pfizer took the crack game.
Nigga, that's profiteering. That nigga that came home and shit, he got his old 2003 gear, you know, got his old Dwayne Wade jersey and shit. Then came back home with his baggy ass Jabot jeans. Now the motherfucker, now nigga needs somebody like me and shit to help him with credit, help him with stocks. Nigga, what the fuck was you doing in prison for 180 months? Nigga, was he reading, nigga?
Not too much, Sean.
My bad.
You know, a lot of them got railroaded so they can get that money.
That's right. Tell the truth.
Everybody was actually. I said they didn't know how to invest, and I think they.
Damn it! You had all the ability to buy all them hood properties.
Sean, they did. They bought housing, and then they got caught up in jail, and then they had to sell those houses because nobody was maintaining them, and they raised the taxes.
I don't disagree.
I watched them do it in D.C., you know. It went from the hood to houses selling for like $50,000 that are now $1 million homes. I saw it in the span of like 2 years. It happened so fast. Down around 14th and U was like, whoo, you won't believe how fast they took down houses and put houses up and raised the taxes on people. I mean, it was...
I agree.
I was working at a school, and the guys used to hang out on the porch and drink. It'd be like 4 or 5 of them sitting out there drinking. And then somebody, like 3 houses down, it was like a row of houses, you know, townhouses. And, you know, you get that first gentrifier that comes in, you know, and then he moves in, and his boyfriend moves in with them, and they put a little garden out front, and they say hi to everybody, and nobody bothers them until 2 more move in, 1 on each side. And within 2 years, that one last holdout where the guys were out there drinking, I mean, they held out because they knew they owned that property. They didn't have to move. That was theirs. But once they acquired that row, they had to move because what? They couldn't afford the taxes. Right around the corner of the house, $1 million. Oh my gosh, I couldn't believe that one. I'm like, what? They did that in 6 months. And then down the street, another one. Until you couldn't even recognize. In 2 years, I couldn't recognize the same place. 2 years. So, and it wasn't so much
that we don't know about stocks. We know about stocks because we are the stocks. We were the stocks, and what do you get when you go to jail? You get stocks and bonds, right? So a lot of times we go investing in the things that are our own selves, meaning we don't realize that we put some money on this stock and that stock, and those stocks promote our demise. And that's why when we were on Wall Street in the beginning and they were just selling black people on Wall Street, that's we market because we were the market. And as we got older, we realized they're not so obvious with it. Now, they move you downstairs in the basement where they get your stock and your bond number and sell you on the stock market. So that's why a lot of black people don't really invest like that, because if you look into it, you'll see a lot of those stocks are private prisons. All kinds of different ways they defile. The of course the blood diamonds. I heard somebody say a little while ago.
I said that.
Yeah, the blood gold, everything coming from Africa. That's why they're throwing bombs around over there right now. All these countries got their whole Israel. They got their whole wealth is built on it's built on resources that come from Africa. Africa can't get no likes. They can't show where their stocks and bonds went. They can't show where the money went for all that digging into the ground. Now,
man, a lot of them niggas is crooked though.
Okay, it's not.
We gotta be real.
It's not being crooked. It's a matter of trying to survive the same way everybody else that gets a little money wants to survive. It's no different than anybody else.
That's like calling most Islamics terrorists. Just simply not true. Well, a lot of those niggas are not, but those politicians, just like in our community, which is a way smaller subset of a larger population, are crooks. Our politicians are just as much crooks, if not more so, than the other people. So I mean,
only why I throw that up was because there's no victims. They knowingly have $1 billion, trillions of dollars of resources, and they say, man, we'll give you the rare earth minerals for security or for some weapons, and we can be able to make this transition work, and we can move on. An apolitical, amoral type scenario. When it comes to this situation, only why I brought up the stock aspect when it comes to the streets is because the people that I talk to, like a lot of these niggas is like full of shit. So I ain't saying nobody in the room. I'm just talking about the same barbershop niggas where, like, nigga, you still sell pills and you giving me hell about stocks? Nigga, you still sell pills to kids. Nigga, you luckily I ain't snitched on your black ass. Motherfucker. Where, it pisses me off where motherfuckers act like flat out hypocrites. I have no problem with Masali said. I'm just listening to direct hypocrites that's trying to do this morality police shit on me because I'm a young brother making more money than them when they was my age.
Then there's that. I don't think it has anything to do with your age. I think it's just the method. Some prefer to get rich off pills. Some prefer to get rich off diamonds. Some prefer to get everybody has their way to get to the top of the mountain. That's just how life is.
Yeah, I agree.
Your way is just the same on the backs of people. Same way. I don't care what.
Nah, not no strong arm robbery. Because these motherfuckers, the shit that they've gone through, I didn't have to mug nobody.
Yeah, but
Shaw. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
Go ahead. I'm never going to be done.
I think that to your point of you mentioning, and a few other people have mentioned, this is an opportune time to change your economic position if, again, you move strategically. I do agree with that. And, again, I don't know how this war is going to affect America. I don't know if there's going to be, any attacks where, we are individually impacted. I don't know. But I do know that there's money to be made right now, and money is a tool, it's a resource, and that's just what it is. What you do with that money is on you, but this is an opportune time right now.
Bernie Madoff had a prison cell too, so it's all.
Shit, I ain't ripping nobody off.
Right. I mean, how does that relate?
I ain't ripping nobody off. Nigga, I ain't asking your collection of no money.
You can get the prison selling dope the same way you can get the prison with the stock market. It's all.
How you go to prison using the stock market, Jamal? How?
Well, you
That's
figure
some
it out.
dumb shit.
You don't
I'm not walking
Man, that's what I'm saying. I gotta deal with the older niggas that hate on me, man. That's nigga.
Yeah, hater, that's why. Don't pay that motherfucker no mind.
He's not selling any stocks. He's not buying. Like, he's literally giving you advice on what to do.
What to look at, bruh? Like, damn.
It's not really advice.
And not really that nigga was calling black women gorillas and chimpanzees earlier. Yeah, I can't listen.
Yeah, that's it.
Mind you, he looks like one.
Yeah.
Regardless
to that point, like that shit was wild as hell. In his face full of black women. Like that shit was
That was gonna fly.
Oh yeah, I'll never forget that.
Dude, that is, see, that's why it's crazy how I get so much hell and I don't even be doing and this nigga, he get the flow. He just get the flow.
Haters help you get strong.
Back to the money though. Regardless to what your position is, regardless, I don't know of anyone that doesn't want to improve where they are currently. I don't know anybody that just says, no, I'm right here, I'm cool right here at the status quo. So you're doing quite well. And if that's the case, then I'm not talking to you. Because I have room to grow. Quite a bit of room. So, if that's you, be strategic, find ways. There's all kind of online resources that are free to learn while we still have access to the internet. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just be strategic and be expeditious about your strategic. Because again, the world can, one second, Melissa, if that was you, the world could change as you know it in the blink of an eye. And that's what we as Americans, and I'm putting myself in that equation, I don't believe that we can truly conceptualize that.
Steph, but how many of us in this room can actually say that you knew that your 401k is invested in the stock market without you even knowing? You didn't even ask for it. They just do it without telling you. How many of you knew that? See? That's knowledge.
They're probably robbing you a little bit too.
I've always had a 401k, but yeah.
And they're investing your money and you don't even know what they're investing.
You don't know what bundles.
I know that. You know that. If you don't know, then you shouldn't even be having a 401k.
And the funniest thing about it is their 401k is basket of bundles. All the companies that they say is immoral and irrational, but they're making their 401k go from $150,000 to about $800,000. What, you're gonna say? You're gonna say, man, fuck that system, fuck this situation. Matter of fact, I'm gonna rip up the money, man. Fuck that.
And then Sean tell them how they keep 25% of it.
Great year last year too.
And then your boss or your companies, whatever you work with, they keep 25% of that shit. And you don't even know it's your money.
I don't work for anybody. No, I don't work for nobody. This is my own.
If you do, and you have a 401k,
you're right about that.
Self-employed pension
Yeah,
plans.
I don't know why your employer would keep any. I only invest when they're contributing to.
Wait a minute, because they're supposed to match you. They're not supposed to give you.
That's right. Yeah.
If you take out early, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
if you take out early,
that's not your employer.
Hold on. No. If you take out early, I think they keep 45 or 35%. And at the end, they take it.
That's not. No. When it comes to large city pensions, those are large city pensions.
I'm talking about the government. I'm talking about the government.
Well, yeah, let's clear it up a little bit, Mama, because that's only when government money, when they have a situation of a $1 billion pension plan, and that's supposed to make it stretch to keep these motherfuckers' retirement afloat. while still tagged onto the market without raising taxes on the city.
Correct.
You don't want the city tax to go up because we're trying to keep pensions afloat. That's kind of how Chicago fucked up right now, because Mayor Mohawk and fat ass Fred Flintstone that's running Illinois has went through the budgets, fucked up the money. Now they got to take fees, taxes on pension plans. Employer scenario, no ma'am. If you have a self-employed pension plan, Michelle owns her custody because it's literally in her own company, her own entity that she has set up and established her own. So when it comes to that aspect, we just got to be nuanced. We just got to be precise, well-versed, because the devil's always in the details, and it's always a situation where you don't know what you don't know. Because a lot of people's 401ks can have a bundle of energy stocks. The people say, well, they're polluting the world, they're destroying the world, what's the problem with society, capitalist crony, the system, the proletariat, all the communist buzzwords that throw on black people that either don't got nothing or don't want to strive for nothing. They sell us how to be broke forever while they get richer and richer selling communist bullshit, but they selling capitalism on the low because they still selling you t-shirts. That's how AOC made $20 million off of t-shirts. AOC is supposed to be the biggest socialist of the new era, new generation of age. She sells her constituents, that's the brokest district in New York City, that socialism, the rich, the millionaires and the billionaires, well, she a millionaire. And he went from millionaires to billionaires, so only he said billionaires because now he worth $100 million. So yeah, man, I think we're so socialism. I think most of our problems is because if we don't have the resources, we can't be able to get access to the best legal, health, technology, information, predominantly information to keep afloat, because I value information, not money.
Don't you think they dreams though? They sell us this idea of this wealth by, I invested in the stock market and therefore I was able to hide this much money and I was able to hide that much money. And I say that I'm worth $90 billion and everybody believes me, but truthfully, I only got $40. But everybody thinks I'm worth this much. So I can go around and say, I'll take that boat, I'll take that yacht, I'll take that jet. And when we believe that they got it like that, but the reality is, they don't have it. They just tell each other that they got it like that.
Well, a lot of the times, they set up management companies and firms where it's not reported.
Wait, what's $1 billion dream?
Big cash for.
What does $1 billion even look like?
Assets, digital.
Digital assets. No, you don't tell me that's not a dream. You can't touch it. It's not.
It's fake money. That's false.
Fake money. It's fake money. They print as much as they want. Now they got this thing called Bitcoin. And they just go around. It's worth this much money. Yesterday it was only worth $2. Now it's worth $50 billion. Now you got to get in on the deal. We're gonna let it dip down again so you can get in and sell your money to the dream too. And you can tell everybody you got $50 billion in Bitcoin because you invested your $100 and now you up on the scale and your candle looks like this and their candle looks like that. It's all a dream, not real. And as long as we buy into it, like they're getting ready to sell us into this new thing where everybody's gonna get a card. Mm-hmm. Everybody's gonna get a card.
You talking about Fed now?
What's it called?
Fed now?
Mm-hmm.
Fed now, I've heard. Yeah.
I wanted to speak on it.
I don't know if you get your 800 score, credit score with that. I don't know. But you're going to give you a card. And they're going to tell you got this much on your card and that much on there. And you can only spend it on Wednesday, Thursday. And don't make the government mad because then you can't spend it at all. So they're just going to swoop in and take all the money, change the whole game, say you got 800 credit score and $50,000 and that's it. And oh my goodness, the lights went out. And nobody knows what anybody has.
I've never seen your face.
Now, y'all ready for that? Y'all really ready for that? You gonna go for that? Is that what we're doing?
It's not worth it.
Can I ask you a question?
It's not worth it,
And she has a very healthy imagination.
Brother Sean, it's not worth it, Brother Sean.
No.
I've told you this a million times.
No, don't drop the nuclear bomb. I got the red button.
No.
No pun intended,
No.
Sean.
No.
Brother Sean, there's plenty of people that need you.
Put the red button? No.
Yeah, don't flip it, bro. There's plenty of people that need you, and you can continue to help those folks.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that somebody do appreciate this shit. But damn it, and the thing is, with me, why I give you information, when I give you guys information, I don't want to act. Let me say this real quick. Why I give the information. Let me say this real quick. Myself.
Sean, just wait a minute, because I'm gonna forget, and I don't feel like writing it down right now. Just listen. I'm not saying that your stocks and bonds are not the way to go. I think it is. I think if you can really make some sound investments, I think that's the best thing to do. I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying that the reality
learn to fish with.
The reality of it is, if they decide to say that your stock went down at any given time, it's the same as that Fed now. They can shut it down and say it didn't work.
But I made money when I shorted it.
You saw what Bernie Madoff did. You saw what happened in the 2008 scam.
Man, we just gotta put jail on the nigga, man. Y'all always jail on the nigga. Y'all always jail.
It's the work.
Y'all don't know. You guys do not understand how the SEC works.
No.
He doesn't work for any fucking financial companies. He's not part of a board. This nigga's free to do whatever the fuck he wants to do. Stop.
Thank you.
This always happens to him, hon. It
always happens to me.
I think that's the only way to go. Doesn't mean I don't know what it does or how to do it.
All investments is risky. I don't never say that.
All investments are risky. Anything in the stock market. Here's the thing, and even when you're in the index, right? Masali, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Even when you're in the index that just shadows or whatever that term is, follows alongside of the stock market, but you have less probability for risk. It's still
options.
Options are different, right? But here's the thing that I'm saying though. Regardless to what, bringing up Bernie Madoff, who was defrauding people, who was running a Ponzi scheme, who didn't make one trade. He didn't say, well, everybody give me their money, and damn, I went and man, I made a bad play.
I fucked your money up.
But for 20 or 30 years, all this man did was ruffle the numbers and was giving people false reports.
Fake financial statements.
Fake financial statements, acting as if, because again, if you think about it with respect to formulas and such, you can put this in a formula and say, well, if I invested this, show me what that amount should be. And then that's what he presented to people, right? And because he had earned these people's trust, and you know how he did it? Because we love humans. You know what we love? Exclusivity. This VIP right here. No, I don't take everybody's money. No, sir. I can't take your $500 million. No, sir. I can't. I'm all booked right now. Please take my money, Bernie, please. This is how he got people's money, appearing to be exclusive, appearing to only manage the money of the elite. And people came running, throwing at him, and the money of their families and such, right? But I'm sorry, Messiah, I'm speaking, so I can't hear you. Okay, but you can't speak while I'm speaking, though, Queen. Okay, so tell me just a little minute.
I was making a point. That was the problem.
Okay.
Please finish this.
Allow me to just finish this one point. I'll pass it right to you, Queen. All I'm saying is the comparisons that we keep making when we're bringing up the stock market, and people keep interjecting Bernie when this person intentionally for decades defrauded people. That has nothing to do with the stock market in and of itself. That's one man who intentionally meant to defraud. I'm done.
Thank you. And I just give you the information information. I'm not trying to get none of y'all guys' money. I ain't raised no collections. I ain't raised no catfish fries. I ain't raised no fish fries. I ain't raised no money. I'm just on a scenario on be on the lookout. So when you see this shit, and I told y'all niggas to invest in this damn company that was $10 on this that goes to $1,000, you say, damn, Sean was trying to yes, nigga, I was trying to tell you. Yes, I was trying to tell your black ass. Because everybody be gatekeeping information because they know that they're going to get more pushback. That's why essentially the Boulets gatekeep a lot of information away from the mass black public, where they know that if they did give you the information, you wouldn't take it. If motherfucker in the 80s would have told you to invest in Apple, motherfuckers would have said, nah, man, nah, bro. And motherfuckers shit at $4 trillion company. Nigga, that could have saved the damn black community right there on a lot of problems and headaches they wind up doing. Got a job, 401k ain't paying enough. But you see somebody invest in an individual stock or individual bundle of stocks that trying to tell you 20 years before it blew up, motherfucker getting all this damn pressure and all this damn headache. I'm like, Rob, man, how can I profit off of black people's fear? Because it seemed like we fearful on the shit that work and not fearful on shit that and most definitely won't be working. Where the funniest thing about when it comes to some black people ideals is we can be on the money, the motherfucker will veer you off the damn roller coaster, and now the damn shit done toppled over, and ain't nobody made no money, but you got a whole bunch of injuries that you don't have the money to replace or fix, where it's crazy. I don't gatekeep information because I don't like to operate. I don't like to operate on the basis of a know-it-all. I try to give the information on maybe somebody knows this information and we can compound information. Because a lot of y'all got great jobs. A lot of y'all is actually benefiting from war. A lot of you truck drivers benefit from war because they need production. Hence, they need your black ass to move this damn oil from the military base onto the damn ship. So, a lot of y'all indirectly or directly, people in healthcare, y'all benefit from the situation because that's medical security. Hell, if you don't have medical security, that's a problem when it comes to national security. So a lot of y'all is already invested in war and don't even know it. A lot of y'all people that work in the tech sector, all liberaled out against war. Don't you know the technology that you're helping and working on is literally the technology of war, fool? The Department of War is using your shit. Department of Defense and Energy is using your shit.
Sean,
Yes,
remember
ma'am.
that document I sent you
Yes.
that was talking about the military budget?
Yes.
There was a part of that document where it talked about social media influence. You remember that part?
Yes, ma'am.
You think you can tell me about it real quick?
Social
Because
media.
I feel like it's that I think it's kind of like running into going on.
So when it came to social media, they pay influencers to be able to create conversation and also to create, I guess you would say, social banter. And when it comes to social media, they use that to be able to track, monitor, to figure out what news articles work, which articles don't work, and to be able to predict and use predictive programming to be able to also make sure that certain arguments is not have. So when it comes to Department of Defense, they are monitoring the system and they're using Palantir to monitor the situation as well. So when it came to social media, they're paying influencers. They're also having situations of more technology being used to figure out who is who. And it's more of scenarios of monitor, coordinate, and confiscate accounts and pay. Simple as that. So yes, defensive tech, defensive social media. So social media is being used to be able to gather as much large information models, no different than they've been doing 15 years. They're just doubling down as a defense tool. When you have social media, you be able to warp the minds without even touching anybody. No, that's why people say that the media is the fourth branch of the government. So yes, Michelle, you are definitely right when it comes to that budget line. And their budget is around $2 to $3 billion on social media spending.
All right, now I'm going to tell you to take a pause, Sean.
Hey, man, y'all need to listen to Michelle more. Michelle be trying to give y'all some game, nigga.
Yeah, we should listen to each other a lot more because we're so busy trying to say that the other person doesn't know what they're talking about, so we can talk, that we don't even listen to the person that was saying the same thing you were just saying in a different way. You thought that I was trying to disagree with you because I started out talking about how people believe in a dream. And it's not a bad thing because many of us
in the dream, we had our own coin. Because I know when the COVID was going on, I came on Clubhouse and talked about how we need to start our own coin and make our own money. Now people are just getting around to the idea that this is something that we should have done then. So it takes more than just saying this is a good investment, that's a good investment. And earlier we were talking about a leader. How can Sean become the person that people really the dream, believe in the dream that he's telling? It's a possibility. It's actually not even fake. It's not fake. You know that stocks and bonds work. We see it every day.
It's interesting how you said that.
Stop it.
But why are we looking for Sean to be a leader, though? Sean didn't ask to be no leader.
I just give information.
Right. I don't understand why we putting this. I don't understand why we're imagining and putting this. I don't know why we're imagining this scenario to make him a leader, or how can we do anything with Sean as a leader when he didn't even get up here and say he wanted to. He wasn't looking to.
I just give the information. I don't want to be a gatekeeper. I see how the boule black folks be doing regular black folks and gatekeeping information. I'm not a boule.
Nobody's trying to be right. Nobody's trying to be right. We're just trying to figure out why you bringing up leadership and Sean.
Before y'all break in, let me finish. I'll tell you I'm done. What I'm saying is, if Sean is good advice, if Sean is giving us such good advice, and he does, I listen to him all the time, and he gives great ideas for investments. Now, what I'm saying is, if he can get us all to listen to him and his investments, that's taking the lead. That's taking the lead in this thing. We know that he knows his stuff. We know that Melissa knows her stuff. We know that there are people in this room that know this stuff about the stocks and bonds. But how do we get the others to listen to them so they don't have to talk forever?
Webinar says Sean and I are going to start working on some webinars.
Wait a minute.
I mean, you're taking forever to ask the same question. You rambling.
No, I'm not. You just want to jump in, and I just said
no, because let me just say this. Can you please land? Because the man didn't even ask to be a leader. And if anybody want to take his advice, they can take his advice. You don't have to make anybody do anything. The stock market ain't for everybody. Listen to what Melissa said, and everybody can't do it. They're not going to be able to do it because they don't have the knowledge. They don't sit up and try to gain the knowledge. They rather get up here and criticize and call the man a fraud.
No, I don't know who's calling him a fraud. I'm just saying, when we have people that are able to give us information that is for our own benefit, then those are the people that we should be paying attention to. They don't have to talk forever trying to convince us because we know that they know their stuff.
That's right, because game recognize game.
You don't have none. Shut up. You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't comprehend to a conversation.
And I just want to say
Sean, this is your fault. Sean, this is your fault.
I just want to say after Masali's done, like I said, when it comes to me, my goal is not to be anybody's leader. You guys are older than me by 10, 20, 30 years. My job is to give out the information. If this is supposed to be a collective of a tribe, there's somebody on the tribe aspect that can give the information, relay it, where you may not be looking at that section. You may be handling business, doing work on your own end. No problem. That's why I provide the list. That's why I provide the information. That's why I give the aspects of, okay, if we see this event happening right now, just know that there's money being made. Oil and stocks has been made. Shipping has been made. Defense stocks has been made. Where I got it from, I looked at the Department of Defense budget. Michelle gave me the list. I broke it down like some stubs, and I was able to find the validation where the funding was actually going. Where was it going? Which company was going? You know, there's 5 black men that was able to get Department of Defense contracts directly from this White House. $13.3 billion Jonathan Jackson was able to get for his stock, VStat. VStat is the largest satellite-based company. That's $43 a share. If the stock goes to $1,000 a share, God damn it, how the fuck can you be mad at me? And I told you about something that was literally $40 that you can put 10, 12 shares,
John,
get $12,000 liquid.
Say that for the webinar. Say that for the webinar.
No. How am I the problem when it comes to me actually getting the information?
Because people don't need to know all of this information. They're not going to appreciate it. All they're going to do is talk shit because they fucking mad and hating each other for the shit. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to talk later about the thing I talked about last night, okay?
I hate it.
Yeah, make sure y'all tell me, because I'm going to look this shit up. You see me putting it in the chat. All you got to do is say it. I'm going to research this shit.
Well, Brother Rob, I'm going to give you my number in the back channel, brother. We can at least be able to converse and be able to talk. At least somebody is. You're going to look at some information.
Sean and I got a great webinar, so whoever wants to sign up, should sign up and get all this info.
All right,
Stop wasting your time, Brother Sean. The folks that want it, they will come.
But damn it, if we're going to talk about the news, at least make money off the news. That's my philosophy.
I agree, Brother Sean.
If you going to talk about some Iran and shit, at least make some money off Iran. If you're going to talk about the situation, the pandemic, niggas will talk about the pandemic, the shot, mandates, lockdowns, deportations. Nigga, I made money on all those scenarios. I told y'all about Core Civic, the largest deportation detention centers. And motherfucker, listen, actually made some motherfucking money. They don't even go like Donald Trump. They can hate Donald Trump and hate him and find him to be the most despicable, ill-advised motherfucker on the planet. But damn it, if I gave you the information where it can help your pocketbook and portfolio, so 6 months where shit's either automated or you got to deal with Hispanics that y'all niggas voted in, million of them goddamn motherfuckers get kids. At least you can be able to be taken care of because your family don't got to deal with the bullshit. In 2026, they was making plays instead of arguing and cussing and waiting until 2030 and they late. You're late. You're fucking late, nigga. I tried to tell you this shit years ago. You're late.
Like Mr. said, it requires critical thinking, not emotional thinking, to be able to even, because again, on this app, a lot of people listen to respond. And I know that's very cliche to say. People are not trying to gain understanding. They just want to speak their point. Let me get my point off. Right? So what you're speaking of requires critical thinking. And I'm not suggesting that the people in this room don't possess the ability to do that. I'm just saying that's not everybody.
Because damn it, nigga, I made money on the Joe Biden. I hated Joe, but I made all the money I possibly could. I didn't even vote this motherfucker in. I didn't even vote the wench that he had as the VP in. I make sure that I profit regardless of what's the scenario, who's in office, and I got to make sure that the information is given. I don't act like the boule, because the boule class will gauge thing. Look at you being stuck while you can't able to be able to move around while he done made all the money. He done stocked out all the resources. He keep all the information. So he don't even got to deal with the trackers every 5 minutes of him giving out the information. You just say, man, fuck y'all. Y'all stay stuck. Fuck you. With me, provide the information. I actually give a damn. Maybe it's my fault. Why? It's because I see people that are very smart and intelligent that are already in these sectors need to look at, okay, you're already in tech, nigga. How can you profit and maximize you being in tech instead of being a tech flunky that can possibly automate it in the next 24 months with AI and AI agents? This shit is going to go from digital to quantum very quickly. Very quickly.
Why not get a digital business card?
That can work.
A digital business card? What? I keep it a buck with you. In business, everybody, like, never mind. I'm not gonna.
Because, you know, me, Melissa, Michelle, Erica, and the funny thing about it, Erica be making the most money off this shit. And she don't be telling y'all. See, Erica, she part boule, where she made a big bag of information. She just don't tell y'all. She just leave y'all stuck.
Even if you just cutting hair, you should have a business card. If you doing this type of business, you handing out this type of information.
Well, brother, you actually gave Cosby money, and you actually still haven't yet to tell us what Cosby gave you.
You know what? This right here lets you know that he's not even up to date with business practices.
A business
you don't need an actual card. Business, you can do. They got business cards on your cell phone. All you gotta do is tap them, and it's sent. Or you can just send your business card via your phone. This lets you know how they are. Let's say a businessman, even a barber. Business card.
He should have said AI glasses.
Business card.
That's a digital business card. Get your business card and hand your digital card out.
Man, I don't understand all this iteration.
I mean, you marketing by foot. You need to do some digital marketing.
You're not
I really don't understand all this hateration that Jamal had. That you gave Kazi money.
He probably don't know better, man. He probably don't know better.
Like, he let Kazi rip him off, but I'm giving him information where
He
he
don't
don't
bring
even
business
know.
cards anymore.
But he getting ripped off by Kazi.
Giving that nigga information, he don't need to know shit.
He getting ripped off. He getting ripped off by Kazi.
Hate on you. Shit.
That is nuts. People that don't like me in the chat, that's giving me thumbs up. These are people in the chat that don't even really like a nigga say, okay, you on point on this one. I'm on the money. When it comes to stocks, when it comes to financial shit, I'm always going to be on the money. You can disagree with me for politics. Cool. We can disagree with politics. But how can I at least give information? Look, where do you invest? Nigga, you see that everything moving up in price. Why the fuck you not trying to keep up with inflation?
The information, write a blog.
Nigga, I already got a fucking blog.
All right, well then put the link in the chat. Now you got a blog. Then you ain't got to say shit.
Man, this nigga burnt out. Like I said, man, I ain't gonna say it, President. But like I said, man, Kazi ripped you off $2,000, nigga. I ain't gonna do it. Kazi done ripped you off.
Get you a business card for Vistaprint.
Vistaprint, nigga, that's easy as hell, Rob. Shut the hell up, bro. I didn't get
$9.99 for 100.
I already got a blog, bro. I got a YouTube channel.
Hey man, I'm cracking a joke because that shit is funny to me. That's why.
That's real shit. That's real shit.
Nigga say you should get a fax number. You should get a fax number, Sean.
Don't forget your beeper.
A damn beeper. Nigga, this ain't nice enough.
Get your blog going. Your fax machine.
Damn shame, too. I'm the only nigga that can control the kitchen. I'm the only nigga that you know. I'm the only nigga that you know that's trying to get you paid.
Hey, Flawless. But y'all said some of y'all is 10, 20, 30 years older than me.
If he has a blog, get your blog in the chat. And stop taking up the room time with me.
Hey, Sean, don't forget, you might sign up for one of those new MySpace pages.
MySpace page.
Hey, why y'all doing
Oh, the
that?
MySpace page. And you gotta add the music as your ringtone on your phone.
I forget Melissa.
Old as hell. That's why I don't understand how y'all hate. Y'all niggas is seniors. Y'all motherfuckers is gonna
Hey, not you, but don't be
Do the same thing.
Don't hate on all the old people. Some of us try to,
damn it.
stay in the know. But listen,
Let's
it's
hope
great,
y'all
man.
reach my age. Because not everybody can.
No, and
That's
that's
true.
a fact. How about that?
Go ahead, Miss Steph.
But some of us really do enjoy, learning something new, whether it's finance or otherwise. Because I sit in here and listen all the time with Melissa and the powers that be that, are really knowledgeable about geopolitics and just, the things that are going on in the world, finance, what have you. But what I find is that sometimes some people only thrive when it's chaos going on, and we all have our place in the world. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, I make the most money when chaos happened. Tariffs happened. Y'all was shouting me down, people. Everybody was shouting me, people. When you have Melissa said, nigga, ain't no company's going to invest in the United States. Now she see all these companies that are investing in the United States.
Hey, I didn't
You
say
and
no, that's not what I said. If you're gonna quote me right. That's not the fuck I said. I said the amount of investment that Trump has proposed, let's see at the end of the 4 years if proposed investment matches actual investment.
But that's
what I said.
That wasn't in April. Because mind you, we had that conversation. That was in January. But in April, when the time of 20-30% tariffs on the entire planet, on 194 countries, on millions of companies and firms, it was mainly Lux that was giving me the most hell, saying, ain't nobody gonna invest in the United States. And we was arguing about how GM moved their Mexican plant, shut the Mexican plant down to invest in Detroit, Michigan, helping brothers and brothers in Detroit that didn't vote for Donald Trump, they can directly benefit because the new plant that came in. Or how me and Milton, my VP, you know, the favorite bald head I like to talk to, we were trying to tell y'all how Memphis is so pivotal when it comes to all this trucking and manufacturing. We were trying to tell y'all niggas before these companies came in. Now y'all see that, oh, maybe I should buy some land. Hell yeah, nigga. All these trillions of dollars of companies coming in, man. From CapEx to foreign direct investment. A lot of y'all neighborhoods gonna get gentrified even quicker because they got more capital coming in globally. That's what I'm saying. Most of this shit is gonna flow through. The manufacturing and the warehousing is gonna come through. People are seeing the manufacturing.
And you drop people down.
Nigga, what the fuck is you angry for, man?
Saying 2 or 3 words and you put them in the audience and you let.
Because we don't want to hear your funky fat ass. Leave him alone. You hating ass nigga. Tired of this nigga. Drop him in. Shut up.
And talk to him.
I don't got no green bean.
Over 65 miles.
Keep driving and shut up.
Drop yourself.
Like I said,
But
man.
anyway, but hold up, Sean,
Yeah,
real quick. Is BB gone? Is he still alive?
What, Netanyahu?
Yeah.
I can't find any definitive news on that, man. They said his brother. They said that man ain't dead.
But I agree that they may try to hide it if he was.
He's probably switching body parts with a black person right now. That man ain't going nowhere.
Crazy girl. He's been missing for 4 days. BB is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I'm laughing, but she's absolutely right. That's when the queen died. She died like 2 years ago. They just like announced it, like, oh, she just died. That bitch been there for like 2 years.
But yeah,
Netanyahu, I just think that if he were, I don't know. I just don't think that they would put that information out immediately.
Yeah, they were trying to hold off as long as they can, but they eventually gonna have to, because if he go missing for 20 days, like, come on, what's going on?
Exactly.
I was trying to say Trump was dead when you didn't see Trump for 36 hours and shit. But damn it, you had all them niggas saying, oh, he died. Oh, he did. Fuck him. Put my lighter back, man. I need a new lighter and shit. See, that's what happens when you get a big lighter from the damn liquor store.
Sean, it's time for a wife. Please, God. Nah, you need to get married and settle down. You gonna turn into this grumpy. No, you too smart and you too much of one of our, what do you call it, high value men for you to just keep, no. It's time for you to start settling down, my nigga. It's
do a
time.
high value man smoke Swisher Sweets?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about all that shit. Put that shit down. Get you a wife. It's time.
A grape Swisher Sweet?
This nigga. You and your damn Swisher Sweets.
Or like an Arizona iced tea.
You're
like,
so California, yet you're in Arizona.
You know, I want a woman to have Debbie cakes for ass cheeks.
Go at There's plenty of beautiful black women in America. Plenty of beautiful black women all around the world. Pick one. It's to be honest with you, it's you at this point. Just let you know.
Shut up. I'm gonna go get me a damn lighter. But yeah, Michelle, if that's the case, and baby gone, and yeah, the whole world dynamics didn't change literally in 24 hours. That's the case.
It's a good thing. I really, honestly, on strategic shit, I feel that America should find a way to let Israel just get bombed the fuck up and just mind their own business after that. Because then problem solved. You got rid of Iran. Israel gets bombed, problem solved. Netanyahu dead, cool. Now we just re-strategize political alliances away from Zionism and somebody, and I mean, I'm not gonna say that the tentacles aren't gonna exist, but let them niggas have to start from scratch too. That'll give us a decade or two to get ourselves together. Like, I'm really for Israel getting bombed the fuck up. Like,
a decade or two.
Smithereens.
It would take them that long.
Where are they supposed to build that temple at, Melissa?
Nowhere. Bomb it all.
I know, but if you bomb it all, Melissa, that gives them a chance to rebuild it because you got rid of what's there already.
Michelle, let me alone. as these people are fighting according to prophecy, when the peace treaty happens, that's the thing. That this is not going to be the Battle of Armageddon. I don't think so. Unless, like, it could potentially be, but there's signs that I'm looking for. It's where Battle of Armageddon is, the end of that is the fall of Babylon is not going to be here either, right? And so after that is the peace treaty and then the temple. So it's a long stretch of time. This is not feeling like it, because it would necessarily cause for the end of America. And trust me, America's not going anywhere. The end of America right now is the end of the literal fucking world. It doesn't make economic sense for this to be that. That's why I'm cooling it. And if it is that, I don't care. I don't have to pay no more bills anyway.
What sign specifically are you looking for? Because it's interesting you say that, because online you hear a lot of talk of that America's losing the war in Iran and that Diddy the end of America. Well, so what sign, if you don't mind sharing, what signs are you?
The first sign, okay, I'm gonna go get the verse. The first sign I'm looking for is that the rest of the world politicians have to turn on Babylon, right? So the rest of the world will turn political alliance on what we know as Babylon, aka I consider America. So that is not happening. America still is at the forefront of NATO. It's still at the forefront of all world alliances, right? On top of largest GDP, is from that. So that is the major turning point, is if the world, NATO, Europe, all of these countries, one by one, start strategically pulling away. Now, we already know China and Russia, what side they are on, but we still have all of Europe, right? And that's the main thing that you have to look for. If Europe pulls away from America, like NATO ends and all of that, we need to be very, very, very scared. Not scared, but careful. I don't say scared, never be fearful, have no fear. But be careful, because that's one of the lines, is the turning on Babylon. Because in that sense, that's what's gonna, like, the one world order. I'm not saying that America is not included in a sense, but America's not gonna be at the top of it. It is the rest of the countries that formulate the one world order. Yeah, so we keep thinking that America's gonna be the head of it, and no, we're gonna be involved per se, but we won't be at the top of that food chain at that point in time. So that's one thing. The dismantling of NATO is a huge sign. So that is, for me, if you're talking about like current event, for me, that is the first sign that I'm looking for. Us removing off from NATO. The dismantling of NATO and realignment of these westernized powers against the United States. So that is, yeah. So if we see that and during this presidency, that's a sign of what they call the birth pains. But we don't have a time frame or anything. Nobody could put a date on none of this shit. It could be hundreds of years. It could be 100 years. It could be in our lifetime. But if we see I really do think the dismantling of NATO is one of the biggest factors. And not just from a spiritual sense, like that's huge politically. That means if America is taking an isolationist position, and there's going to be a lot of political realignment after that. It just depends on what side we go to.
Doesn't the scripture say something about looking for a sign? But the other thing pointed out was, it says in the last days that people will be married, they'll be, living life. And, involving sport and play, they'll have no clue. So it's hard to say that we don't feel like it's the time, because it's supposed to be like we're not supposed to know where it's the time.
Yeah, but there's signs. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And that's what has me, again, like I said, just driving down the freeway today, again, people are so cavalier, like we're going on planning our trips and that, and something it's a little eerie in the air, and to your point, Melissa, not necessarily fear, but there is a caution. There is a proceed with caution right now. And because we also, and I say this all the time, we also don't know about any attacks within the country. Like, I don't know. I just don't hear enough conversation about any preventative measures regarding any, again, attacks within the nation.
Yeah, but again, I mean, on top of that, every generation has felt that. We felt that in the Y2K, right? I'm not saying that you don't prepare because you can only prepare as best you can. You should be preparing regardless, but you can only prepare as best you can, ultimately. Like, there's not, I mean, what are you going to do? Dodge a nuke? Because last time I checked, I mean, you could dodge a bullet, but I don't know if you could dodge a nuke. So it's like, I just don't, the fear aspect, it doesn't hit me. I don't feel no fear. I'm gonna live my life. Because if we live in fear and nothing happened, then you miss an opportunity to create generational wealth, right? And then if you do, and then you don't bring the generational wealth and whatever, and some shit does happen, well, then ultimately you were gonna have to rebuild anyway, and you should have started preparing yourself to either to rebuild or leave or die. Like, I mean, and death isn't the end anyway. It's just a transmutation of the soul into another form. So I don't know. I'm just not seeing we can't ask for the system to crumble and then be scared when we watch it crumble around us. This is what we asked for. Let it crumble.
That's why I ask all the time, like, what do y'all want? If it crashes and America dies, that means everything dies. So where you going?
You know, your whole way of living.
What's your solution?
There's a cycle of life. Life brings death, and death needs life. So everything dies, and then that seed grows up out of the death and replenishes. Are we going to suffer? Yeah, we're going to suffer. Well, many of us die, many of us will die. But all of us won't die. And those are the ones who will rebuild. You know, America is not the go at the end all be all. You know, oh my God, if America dies, you know, we're all going to die with America. No. I think the indigenous people in America would be very happy. They may get their land back. You know, if America didn't have their foot on their neck. I mean, many people will end up flourishing, you know, when America falls. Now, the process by which she falls, there might be a lot of fire, you know, and we'll persevere, just like society has done every time a nation falls.
I disagree. When America falls, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be chaotic, destructive, and nasty. Especially with these talking points, we can't.
Yeah, it will be. I just said that too, brother.
Okay,
it will be.
Okay. So let me land now, Black Rage. I was speaking. You cut me off. I let you go. Now you want to speak again. So yeah. Okay. Thank you. So yes, I disagree. The carnage of America is destroyed. Won't just be bad for us. It will be a worldwide situation. I'm not just talking about Americans or Black Americans, and I'm definitely not worried about us here. We always find a way. You know, whatever's been, you know, thrown at us, you give us shit, we make casseroles, you know, it doesn't matter. But I'm just talking about for regular people and folks and what's going on. Most Americans never had to deal with hatred or someone not liking them or something that's catastrophic. That's why I always say get comfortable with uncomfortable situations. Learn to get, you know, some hand-to-hand combat. Learn how to use a weapon. Learn to how to not just use a weapon, but maintain a weapon. I'm not just talking about a firearm, a knife, bow and arrow. Make sure you get that bug out bag ready. Make sure you'll be okay for drinking water and only water. You know, certain situations, because you know, a lot of it, the only way to destroy America, as many of us know, will have to be from the inside. It won't be from the outside. So different things that have to be done from the inside with power grids and cutting off electricity, cutting off routes and things of that nature. So when these things happen, you might want to know what to do at that time. If you own a home like we do here, you might want to get a backup generator and not one that's, you know what I'm saying, not tapped into your mainframe. There's a lot of these things we can do. A lot of us on this app been talking about it for years. Myself, Brother Sean, and Sister Fifth. There's a lot of things we can do. But at this time, and what we're talking, you know, a lot of us are not ready. We're not ready for that carnage. We're not ready for that destruction. We can just hear it, how a lot of us talk, how we speak, how we move. We're not ready. Now, one thing I do agree with you, Black Rage, there's no such thing as death. The cycle repeats itself. Sometimes the ground is best when it comes from fire and blood and tears. Some of the most beautiful things come out of that ground. But instead of talking about when it's going to happen, I would say, make sure that portfolio is diverse. Get in shape. Exactly. Can you walk 5 miles? Can you run a half a mile? Learn all out back. Get that hand-to-hand combat going. Things of that nature.
Man, these motherfuckers out of shape.
Let it burn.
These motherfuckers out of shape. Mr. Wilson, these motherfuckers ain't gonna run.
I mean, yeah, they out of shape. They definitely out of shape. They're not out of shape, but hate.
Nigga got man boobs and shit, Wilson.
All of America doesn't have to look like the way that people imagine, catastrophic and all. I mean, we know Armageddon is going to exist, but America has been falling for years. And I mean, why do you think Donald Trump's talking about let's make America great again? America has been falling. The education, when you compare our education to other countries, when you compare our healthcare to other countries, when you compare the value of our dollar, this country has been falling forever. It's not just about this war. America might not get a lot of carnage, but I guess when the war of Armageddon comes, America will probably be the main one on fire. But does that mean the whole country? I don't know. But the point is, America has been falling. We've been witnessing the fall and looking at it. So, there's that.
It could be as simple as a change of ideology, okay? Nothing physical, but just a change of mindset, which could cause a catastrophe if you think about it. If people started thinking differently, that's a whole different structure within its.
Well, the thought process, Brother Richard, is the first part, but there is going to be catastrophe and bloodshed on this soil, and it's going to come from within. You can see it already. You can see it. You can feel it. The same thing Sister Steph just talked about. There's something airy in the air. You know what's going on? There's a lot of people in America that now know that there is a plan for them too to be destroyed. It's not just Black Americans now. A lot of folks are seeing that now. And they're terrified. They're shocked. They're like, oh, I just thought it was niggas. Are we in the same boat as niggas?
Surprise, bitch.
Yeah, surprise, bitch, for sure. So now that they know that they're in the same boat as us, they don't have the ability to cope with bad times. So what white folks do, especially when they know that, they can't cope, the first thing they do go to is violence. That's the first thing they go to. The first thing they go to is violence. And the first part of violence they go to is what? They go to trying to create violence with us. This is old as America. It's old as apple pie. That's why I've been, saying these same things. Get comfortable with being uncomfortable because it's coming. We didn't even talk enough about Texas, about the African guy that acted a fool and was shooting up and killing shit, right? We kind of skipped that and we let that rock. There's a lot of sleeper cells here in America. They have been activated. They will continue to be activated. America's on high alert internally. So, when you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. I'm telling y'all that. This is something that most of us don't do. Not Black Americans or Americans. In your militia, get them hands up. Go do some walking. Learn how to fight. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to engage. Something. And it's already here.
Man, shout out to Mr. Wilson, man. Shout out to Mr. Wilson. All right, y'all. I got my lighter.
And the swisher.
Your boy back chiefing again. So, like I said, I am going to make
stock list on the EMP and figure out what the fuck companies that are invested in defense on that aspect. You know me. I always got to find a way who the company making on what company on making on what company. My phone died on everything. I like to say thank you to that's in the room, that's in the chat, that back channeled me. I also appreciate Brother Ghost. Shout out to him. You know, I love this room because it's not an aspect of an echo chamber where we're always going to give pushback, get pushback, receive, not receive information. But I just appreciate for the people that was always on my back, people that got on me when
Let's
I needed.
pause. Let's pause, Brother Chef. Let's pause.
Brother, pause. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. People that are thoroughly excited for what's come. I can't wait to be a great assistant to be able to make sure that their portfolios is protected, expanded, and nonetheless, they're just aware of these information companies. And I like to thank Michelle for always giving me the budgets and the list and the plans. I like to thank everybody. Fifth Dimension, Steph, Milk Dog, especially Milk Dog. Milk Dog don't even say a lot too much, but he be trying to get y'all some money plays, but y'all don't really hear him now. But I just like to thank people that's in this room. I like to thank the people that actually give me the pushback every time, because I think the pushback make a nigga stronger, where I'm always on the research, I'm always head on the swivel. But I just want to say thank you for the people that was giving me the 100s and put some money in, you know, in the nigga in the nigga collection plate. Thank you. But go ahead, Grayson. Don't want to cut you off. Or whoever I cut off, the floor is open. I just want to say thank y'all. Thank you, brother. Electromagnetic pulse.
Fuck's that. Hey, I got a question on black not allowing people to. Did y'all already talk about that? Not allowing withdrawals. Did you talk about that already?
I haven't heard nobody talk about it yet.
BlackRock, you talking about financial?
I'm talking about BlackRock. You know BlackRock.
Yeah, I know BlackRock.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. So I was just asking again. There's just certain information that comes up that catches my attention, and I was, if you guys already talked about it, then that's cool. But BlackRock about a day ago, it said that it would not let billionaires cash out of its $26 billion fund, and so that has people somewhat of it, right? If you can't go in and move your money. And I was just wondering if you guys had talked about it or what your theory is on that's occurring thus and so.
They're going bankrupt, Steph. They're going bankrupt. That's what's about to happen.
$26 billion fund, I just said, and you're telling me going bankrupt?
Well, there's bigger and larger companies like, Bear Stearns with Jeffrey Epstein was worth $250 billion. So.
Well, Bear Stearns took a hit in 2008. That's when they went belly up. So,
Bear Stearns, AGI, and all them companies.
But, AIG, yeah. But what I'm saying is that's because you guys were back in 2008. You guys were complicit in that whole scheme. And I asked yesterday. I don't know one hedge fund manager that went to jail, or maybe they did, I don't know. I just know all that money people made while you were saying that this was A paper and it was really B and C paper. That's another conversation.
Well, Obama bailed them out, nigga.
Well, yeah, but what I'm talking about, listen, let me just say this just as a sidebar. When we talk about the fall of the housing crisis, or the housing crisis, not the fall, but the housing crisis, when we talk about that, you hear a lot of talking points about people, loan officers doing originating loans that they knew people couldn't afford. You hear talking points about people buying homes egregious acts were occurring was with these banks that essentially grouped, because they group all of the loans together and move money in the aftermarket, right? I don't know the actual technical term, but they grade it, right? And say, hey, all of these are A, these are A minus, this is, it has a rating scale, right? And so the better the scale, the better the rating, the more money, right? And so that to me is where led to the actual crash. And then the trickle down was everything else. But you didn't see anybody that went to jail. That's what I was saying. Notion. But bigger and more current news, if you have a fund that's 26 billion, that a lot of millionaires, BlackRock, we know them as a conglomerate. BlackRock, a lot of billionaires invest in BlackRock. And when they went to try to withdraw some of that money, they could not. I'm just looking for theories on why that's occurring.
Because people are getting scared and they're taking their money out, so they're stopping. The company is trying not to go under. They're trying to make sure they don't go under. They go broke. And people are pulling their money out. So what I'm seeing right here, Stephen, I don't know if you pulled it up, but it says that they haven't gone bankrupt yet, but it's facing a significant pressure in its private credit business. It says restricting withdrawals from its $26 billion HPS corporate lending fund after a 9.3% surge in redemption requests. Firm capped quarterly withdrawals at 5%, marking a notable high-profile challenge in the $2 trillion credit industry. So
you just said that they planned for up to 5% withdrawal, and they're already receiving requests of up to 9%. Right, that's significant.
That's bad.
Well,
and it says the loan devaluation reported that BlackRock wrote down a $25 million loan within its TCP Capital Corp fund to zero, reflecting worsening performance in some of its private debt holdings. Dividend cut. The Substacks noted that BlackRock TCP Capital Corp cut its dividend by 32% to 17 cents per share from 25 cents per share. And it says the market impact following the news of the withdrawal limitations, BlackRock shares experienced a decline, dropping from 6.7% to 7.7% in the New York Stock Exchange. So, yeah, I don't know if that's a play for it to drop and go back up, but if people pulling their money out, I think something is wrong.
Well, yes, there's something wrong. That's why they're trying to cut interest rates, and that's why the Federal Reserve Chairman, Kevin Warsh, once he comes in May and June, he's going to immediately cut interest rates. More T-bills in the system, buy more corporate bonds to save companies like that, and also bring in repo purchases to keep the bank liquid, and keep interest rates low at the range of preferably around 2.5% rate instead of 5.5, 6% in the past 48 months previously since 2021, 2022. So yes, there is a problem. Private credit is seeing the cracks in the breaks because of, one, that element of debt being expensive, the cost of capital being expensive, hence their balance sheets has eroded. Once they cut interest rates and they bring in liquidity, buy corporate bonds like I told y'all, buy T-bills like I told y'all, buy bank purchase repos like I told y'all. Now the system has enough cocaine in the market to be able to keep everything running liquid and keep these firms and these funds, because mind you, this is just a subsidiary fund that BlackRock got. That $26 billion fund used to be $45 billion. Then you have debt that was literally at the range of $30 billion. A lot of this shit is underwater because of valuations went down because of high interest rates in the past 3 years. So, yeah, they're trying to lock in the money to be able to, so you guys can't go nowhere. Then once the new Fed chairman Trump's appointment comes in, cut interest rates immediately. Don't do Jerome Powell where he's cutting, waiting. No, cut them and keep them cut and bring more market liquidity inside of the Federal Reserve.
So, Sean, last month, he called for credit card companies to voluntarily cap interest rates at 10%.
Yes.
And my roommate, he's a banker, just telling me that they gave him a count on. So instead of 10, they're trying to stick with 19 or just offer two options, 10% or a higher interest rate. But for me, that just sounds like it's a setup for you to get less money to get that low interest. So like the less money you get is the higher the interest rate. That's what they're probably going to do. But yeah, and it says right here, the deadline passed without major banks like J.P. Morgan, Chase, Citigroup, or Bank of America complying. Your bank is right there. They not complying. It says, it says right here, average credit card interest rates remain significantly higher, typically between 19% and 21%. So Trump has since urged Congress to pass legislation to enforce this cap. While a bipartisan bill, the 10% credit card interest rate cap act, was introduced in the Senate. It faces significant opposition from both the banking industry and some members of Congress. Well, what do you do? I wonder how many people that work in Congress own the banking system.
Because why would you be opposed to that? Why would you be opposed? They get money hand over fist. Why would you be opposed to a cap, to a federal cap? Why would that be?
Well, because theoretically you'll put a chokehold on lending, because if I'm a lender and I know you're a high-risk borrower and I can't charge you those interest rates, then there's no incentive for me to extend you that credit.
And what they would have to do in the business end to keep their profits going is you have to be super prime credit. And if they're capped at 10%, they have to issue different kind of business products. If you are above 720 FICO score, for the people that's below 680, then no. Because they make the most of their monies off of the people with the fucked up scores. That's why people's shit that's at 500, they should be ranging at 30% interest. Take it from somebody that helps people to get their businesses funded. So, yeah, you got to deal with that scenario where if you don't have super prime credit, you don't get more products because the banks have to issue more business credit cards like American Express Gold, American Express Platinum, American Express Plum Card, where you can carry a balance for 60 to 90 days, or Chase Preferred, Chase Platinum, where it's 15%, 15-month term on the credit card for 0% interest for 18 months. So, yeah, banks have to find new ways how to charge you better, especially when you have a great credit, because it's already a dub.
You know your shit. He over here clapping for you. My roommate over here clapping for you. He know his shit.
Okay, so I'm making sense.
I mean, yeah, it's just it's basic investment. Like the more risk you take, the more reward you should. So they're looking, if you're capping off the amount of reward that somebody could get, they're going to cap off the amount of risk. That's going to cut off a lot of borrowers, because if you go look, the amount of household debt is directly tied to the amount of credit that we take out. And look at the amount of household debt that we have right now.
1 trillion.
So we don't have that subprime credit like Sean was talking about. So that would leave a lot of fucking people without no credit.
Yep.
One question. Let me interject one question on that line.
Break the system. That's gonna break the banking system.
No, not necessarily, Flawless, because here's the thing. Think about this. So you guys are talking about the big banks and the big credit card companies. Doesn't that open the market up for subprime lending?
Well, if there's no liquidity in the system, the subprime lenders, they're small firms. They need quantitative easing just like the big banks need it. Because if you're not cash liquid, if you don't have the liquidity system, a line of credit, some kind of backdoor latch where you got a lender and you're just lending out at a higher interest rate, you kind of stuck in the middle. Because mind you, small lenders have maybe $150 million given to them at 3% interest. Well, they're going to charge my black ass 10-20% interest range, especially depending on my credit, my corporate credit, preferably if we're talking about business to business corporate credit. Personal, we're talking about FICO scores on the 3 bureaus again. So a lot of lenders, they don't have that. A lot of lenders, they relied on cheap interest rates just like how everybody else did. And bank liquidity, when you have quantitative tightening, that fucked up the regional banks. Steph, the regional banks was the one that got hit the hardest.
Is it true or not that as this thing progresses, there's a chance of some companies lowering your credit rate, not rate, but your limit, and then also some credit companies calling in, closing your account, saying that you have to pay, balance in full by XYZ?
Most definitely.
Indeed.
Most definitely, because they need to be able to say, well, hey man, Trump didn't cut me on this situation here. If it goes through Congress, they have to find a way, hey man, I need my money up front right now. The balloon payment then came, nigga, I'm calling this bitch in, I need your money now. Where now if you don't have the liquidity, if you say, well, my $5,000 card, my $20,000 card got slashed from 20 to 15, or worst case scenario, 20 to 10. You needed that extra $10,000 cushion for any expenses and endeavors that may come across. So yeah, you have that situation where companies, only how this would help is people and companies that are not over leveraged. If you're over leveraged, then yes, they'll have the margin call. Yeah, essentially that's what it is when it comes to stocks, where you try to borrow against something and now your value then literally deteriorated and you're trying to figure out, oh shit, I don't have enough margin, my shit done deteriorated, what can I do? The lender's gonna call it in. Yeah, there is aspects of them slashing limits, scenarios of them calling, especially if we're talking about, bridge loans. When it's 5 to 7 years where it's a construction loan, you got a 5 to 7 year bridge, point system, fees, in between fees.
But even just regular credit cards, Sean, I've heard people recently telling me they went to pay in, again, these are more smaller credit cards, like $7,000 and below, where they pay, their bill, let's just say they owed 50%, so they paid, $4,000 to bring their utilization down, and they then lower their limit to $3,000.
Yep, sounds about right.
So listen, but this is deeper than just the credit card interest rates. Like, the personal credit has been done for about a few years now. Once we went off of the LIBOR benchmark rate, the benchmark interest rate. So that's what Sean was referencing when he say the banks get loans too. They usually get that with the LIBOR. They used to have the LIBOR benchmark interest rate, right, which was backwards, which was a forward-looking rate. So the bank, again, we played a video in here when they were talking about the repurchasing market, right, or the repo market. That's because the banks usually close in the red. So then they go to the Fed, they borrow money from the Fed until they open in the morning. Once they open, business resumes, they pay that money back. That's where that interest rate comes from. So the Fed, they ask the Fed how much you charge the Fed. They say, okay, 3%. They come to us, okay, the interest rates are 6%, 5.5%, however they fucking do it. We went off of that and we're on the SOFR now, right? So far, the standard overnight funding rate is a backwards-looking rate that goes off the Treasury Department's repo market. And if you go look at the Treasury repo market, that shit is unstable. So every 30 to 60 days, they go back and see what the interest rates are. That has been happening. This has been happening since we came off of that, because the only reason we got the personal credit system that we have today is because of the LIBOR benchmark system, and that was in 1990. So it's deeper than just Trump trying to cut the interest rates and shit like that. The personal credit system as we know it is done, which is the reason why, for the first time ever, the who the fuck is they? I want to say the FDIC, but y'all know who come up with the credit scores. They came out with FICO. They came out with a suite with 2 fucking calculations in it. This is the first time ever. And if you go look at your FICO 10T or your FICO Resilient Index score, that shit is totally different from the credit score that you got now. They don't even calculate that shit the same way. The FICO score, the lower score, the FICO 10 is the lowest score you got. Your regular score is the higher.
And FICO 10,
much deeper than the shit we talking about.
And the FICO 10 situation is going to be held because even if you do credit repair or credit restoration, they can still backdate the information 3 to 5 years ahead. But the thing is with FICO 10 is it's expensive for a lot of banks to even do to usher in now. So that's why if you are smart, leverage this time period before banks get on to FICO 10T, and you can be able to at least organize your balance sheets, make sure that you're not over leveraged, and if you do take out any kind of measurements of loans, make sure that you have collateral or have a business already secured. That's why mergers and acquisitions is so important, where if one of y'all got $250,000 in business lines of credit, I prefer you to do owner financing with a property, building, or assets that's 10 times the amount. That's where you guys need to find some owners that have been in the market forever and work out a structured term. Have it where it's 180 months and your balloon payment 7 years. Don't do a 2 to 3 year balloon payment. A lot of these banks and lenders and investors, they fucked up because their balloon payment was 4 or 5 years. They took all the shit out, and it was in 2020 when everybody was on QE, interest rates was at 0, they cashed out. That's why you saw that big refinance boom in 2021, where everybody's taking out line of credit because their property went from $150,000 in Tampa, Florida to now $500,000 in Tampa, Florida. They then took $300,000-$400,000 out in line of credit, and now they either just blew the money or they didn't buy a bigger asset. So now when the loan comes due, they don't have no extra collateral to pay off that $400,000 because they didn't get a $2 million apartment building in Town and Country, Florida, or they didn't go to Pine Hill, Florida. They didn't invest it into things. They just went travel and just spent it like it was, tax-free money, which, that's dumb. You then took the line of credit, you just blew the bag on it. You didn't buy no assets. You didn't compound the money. Some in some stocks, then put the rest in an investment property, or telling y'all motherfuckers to buy land tax deeds in Birmingham. Like I keep telling y'all, I'm gonna keep on telling y'all this shit because Birmingham got 30,000 tax delinquency properties on that motherfucker. But yeah, you gotta find collateral. Go ahead, Michelle.
I'm just trying to bring it back to the war real quick. Did y'all see that North Korean embassy damaged in Tehran? Did y'all see that?
No.
That's not good if that's true. That is not good. That's North Korean embassy damaged in Tehran. It says the U.S. Israel strikes LED by Trump and Netanyahu. But Kim Jong has not made a statement as of yet, not that I know of. So, yeah. Carry on.
That's interesting. And I just want to say, Sean, you got me in here in my little cabin in the woods, like dancing. I am so excited. This is like steroids. I'm so proud of you, bro.
Thank you. Thank you, Blake. Thank you. Like I said, a lot of shit rotating, a lot of opportunities, man. I'm smiling from ear to ear. I'm doing the Birdman hand rub right now. I'm doing the Birdman right now because I know that I'm about to make a whole lot of money. Smell like money, baby. I'm about to make a whole lot of money. It's gonna be insane. No matter if we're talking about real estate or stocks, I see a lot of y'all making a lot of money. I don't care once the quantitative easing shit comes back into play, QE comes back into play. Once QE come back to play, a lot of you guys that own property, own land, real estate, industrials, businesses, whatever the fuck. Once QE comes into play, that means everybody got extended lines of credit. Banks that negotiate their debt, structured the debt, and got more capital coming in the system. Now they got more money to lend. But people that are over leveraged, I don't know what to say to y'all. See, they'll bail out corporations and the banks that gets over leveraged. But if you're not making more income, and that's why I keep telling y'all, either the stock aspect or you have an AI business, some kind of situation to get you out of that damn rat race, the runt. You got to find something, a settlement. I don't care if you got a slippy liquor store, man. You got to get some kind of settlement money. Find some kind of way how to make somebody hit you in the back of your car, something. Get some settlement money. If you don't know how to be able to generate the income, damn it, you better know how to sue and get some kind of settlement. That's only how I see black folks be getting like 6-7 figure cash outs because they settlement.
I want to speak to that because I got a client who got hit by a semi, and the insurance company offered her $1 million, and so what I did, because I do finance on a high level too, and I was like, you know what, look, whatever you get over $1 million, I help you do, then I'll just take a percentage of that, whatever. But when I tell you, what we need to do as black folks, we need to stop undervaluing these folks, and I know for a fact, come out here and they be racking up. I mean, we're like, oh, I'm not gonna get that medicine because it's not. Take the medicine. You don't have to take it. Get the prescriptions filled. Go visit them doctors. Do what they tell you to do. You don't have to take the stuff. You have to receive it. You don't have to physically put it in your system. I got this chick up to $5 million. We know it's gonna fall somewhere probably around 3, 3.5, whatever. But from 1 to 3.5, because guess what? This young lady is going to be dealing with medical issues for the rest of her life. She's probably about maybe like 45, whatever. She got a whole lifetime left of medical bills. We have to understand how this game is played and stop being so, I don't know, the word's not self-righteous, but we're so honest. We are honest in a dishonest world, and we have to understand the game. We have to understand the chessboard that we're on and play by these rules. Hey, I am not giving up my integrity. I know where my integrity lands. When I'm playing in a game, I'm playing to win. I need all of us to get in that mindset because they're doing it. These folks are not necessarily getting inheritance or whatever. They're suing their way to profitability, suing their way to revenue, suing their way to generational wealth. And I'm not saying go out and, I'm not saying to what extent. What I'm saying is when the opportunity comes, something comes your way, stop being so honest and you know what I'm saying. I'm a land.
Well, go ahead, Flawless. I didn't mean to cut you off. Well, when it comes to that situation, just be informed. Just know that the exchange in hands. If you know how to track the money using websites like Quiver Quantitative or using Capital Trades, you can search all the government contracts. That's how I found out that most of these damn stocks got government contracts. Is because of Quiver Quantitative and because of Capital Trades, where you can study both political parties, their stock market trades, and you can kind of see a overlap of both parties, like people like Ro Khanna in the West Coast Democrat, and people that's in the RNC, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, or people that John Thune, that's stock trading. They're on every committee boards. They know where the money's being allocated before the public does. So that's why I always track them. And like I said, I'll put the links in the chat for everybody to study. But Quiver Quantitative is where you can track government contracts. You can track the hedge fund opportunities, the hedge fund movements. You can track the political affiliation. Who is putting what and where, and who do you office. Preferably, if you put this motherfucker in office, you better make some money off of him being in office or her being in office. So that's where you use Capital Trades and Quiver Quantitative. So that's capitaltrades.com and quiverquantitative.com. And track where the money is flowing. We argue politics, but are we making money off of politics? Do we even invest in Kalshi, where you can trade the news? Because, there's people that's making $5, $10 bets and shit and making $100 back from their damn prediction. Because we argue the news. We argue the news no better than anybody's business. So maybe it's time to make some money off the news.
Hey, I love Kalshi, man. That shit is amazing.
I love Kalshi.
That shit is amazing. If anybody want my if anybody want my code to Kalshi so you can get a little, little couple hours, let me know on the back chat. I got you.
I am. Can you educate us on it?
Kalshi? It's like a you can call it a trading app or betting app or what have you, but it's on current events. So this is just an example, but you can find this on it too. It's just an example. Like they'll have something like there's a 60% chance that it'll be sunny today, and you can buy into that. You can trade that shit, and if it comes out, some people make money on it, some people lose money, but it's just like stock trading, but it's regular news and regular everyday happenings and shit.
Yeah, so it's just trading the news. You can trade the news, you can trade stocks, you can trade real estate, you can trade events. People made thousands of dollars if they betted that Maduro's going to be out of office. So essentially, if we're going to talk and argue about the news, at least put some money up on the news. You got people make 42 cents into $8 just off of small little, guesses of what's going on. And you can bet any kind of scenario where people bet on the State of the Union address of what would Trump say. People make money off of sports. You can trade and do anything.
Well, did anybody bet that Netanyahu is his brother? That's who got blew up in the house. His brother is dead.
Oh.
They was trying to get BB, but they got his brother instead. They put that bet on there.
That's a good leak for them.
Well, if that's the case, then you probably made hundreds of thousands if you put some money on that. Because bets like that are unknown, where you type it in and you're making a bet on just that event happening, yeah, you done made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because, nigga, you bet an unknown.
Right. So here goes some of the... I'm sorry, I was going to say... I was gonna say, here goes some of the things that's on there right now. Who will be the Georgia 14 special election winner? Corey Fulton. Damn, Corey Fulton was on that ass in that job too. How long will the government shutdown last? Who will be the 2028 Republican nominee for president? When will DHS be funded again? So just like in the shit that we talk about every day, you can go on there and trade off of that shit.
Yeah,
and that's just on politics. Yeah, that's just on politics. Like, if I go to culture, they got will Harry Styles Kiss all time disco occasionally debut at number 1? Who will be on the cover of Madden NFL 27? Will Kanye West release Bully before March 21st? So just regular everyday events you can get in.
Wait a minute, Kanye West dropping?
Chris, ma'am. You wanted me to play that video? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hey, Crystal.
Hey, Sean.
Half their oil imports pass through the Strait of Hormuz. As of today, the U.S. Navy controls that strait. We already control the Malacca Strait in Southeast Asia, the Strait of Gibraltar, the Suez Canal, and the Panama Canal. The U.S. controls all global shipping choke points. A full naval blockade of China is now possible. Their economy is at our mercy if things ever got saucy. So we're killing two birds with one stone. We stop the #1 state sponsor of terror, and we checkmate the Chinese. And on top of that, if this mission is successful, we'll control nearly all of the world's global oil distribution. Now, so far, the price of oil isn't going crazy. Monday, peak 80. Today, it's trading at about $76 a barrel, still below what oil averaged under Biden. As we're fighting the Iranians, we're also launching operations in another continent. U.S. Southern Command is currently targeting narco-terrorists in Ecuador. We're juggling ops in 2 hemispheres. This is the greatest demonstration of American power in casualties over the last 48 hours. Thank God. We pray that God protects our troops and that Operation Epic Fury continues to be successful and edgeful. After oil imports passed through the Strait of Hormuz.
There you go, Crystal. Mic is open.
So is that your
Well, the barrel, this shit is pretty fucking impressive. What's going on, Crystal? So the barrels of oil is $83 a barrel. So it was at $119 a barrel. So they're in that situation, 50% just off of ensuring that there will be insurance of $20 billion for the oil payload to get through that bitch. And they also have minesweepers and also Navy SEALs and naval troops.
I told y'all yesterday it wasn't the price went down. The price spiked because of speculation, but it went down because they announced that there were oil reserves that they were going to release. Not necessarily because the war is over.
Did I ever say that? I said
and I wasn't sure it was I am.
It's insurance that's being covered on the payload of $120 billion.
So, Sean, can you put a pin right there? You said the very key word, insurance. You know, the laws of London, right? They used to be the people who was in control. Trump said middle finger and my middle toes, right? Middle fingers and toes up to you bitches. And now the United States has a insurance company, government, that are insuring the tankers. And they got the Navy escort. Ooh, I am an American. Fuck all you niggas who ain't American. Yo, Sean, go ahead and finish it off. I just wanted to add that right there. You said insurance.
So $20 billion of insurance. Then you also have naval, because Trump needed to make sure that the Navy was going to guard the payload in order for the insurance company to approve the mission to take it out of that Hamas Strait and get it to the Indian Ocean. So they got minesweepers. They used minesweepers in World War II to take out. And that's why I told y'all about the underwater. I don't know if I told y'all about this, but that's why the underwater drone company, CUDA, is so important, because they got a government contract where they'll be doing underwater drones to be able to take out any kind of mines underwater and push that motherfucker through so they can bully over into whatever region that they need to take it, Indian Ocean, East African Bloc, wherever imports need to go, they can go without being harassed. Without the harassment. And 53% of Iran's Navy is pretty much, that's out of the equation. Now they can be able to have the minesweepers pretty much play, a game of contain. You got to contain and make sure that nothing of that oil deposit gets blown up or gets touched while being on water.
And I put it in control of the area that they go to. Boy, that's some tough shit right there. Go ahead, Shell.
No, I'm just saying I put a link in the chat. It's the news station in Kentucky that shared this video talking about the Air Force out there is chasing the damn flying saucer. It's from the news. I want to see if that shit AI or not. Can somebody verify? I tried with mine. It ain't working.
Air Force don't do shit. It will be the Army. So I think that might be a little bogus for shit. Because Air Force don't do shit.
I don't know.
Y'all do know Air Force. The Army is the one that fly the planes and shit. Y'all do know that, right? The Army is the one that fly the planes. The Air Force, they do what they do, but not for real. It's the Army.
Well, it's naval and Air Force, because the Navy has fighter pilots as well. So you know how the military go. They got multiple departments for multiple sectors.
And the Army say they NIC on all that shit.
Well, somebody got to protect the payload. The Navy will do it. The U.S. Navy would. And now make sure that a lot of global firms, because yes, they have petroleum reserves. And Melissa is right on one aspect. That's one component. Two, the insurance. and 3, the security of the insurance. You know, because you need some kind of deterrent. You need some kind of pit bull to at least keep these niggas at bay. You know, motherfucker ain't gonna respect the situation of nothing unless you got guns attached to it.
Well, this was the United States that took over the United States. Said, fuck that. We run this shit.
Flying saucer.
I put another one down there. It's multiple people that seen this shit, man.
I got a video, Michelle, that 2 years ago now, July the 9th, I was in the house, Sumo was working on one of his cars, and he said, come look at this. And I recorded it. I showed it to y'all before. The flying, it looked like a square. Shit, it was like a damn square. It didn't look like a flying saucer, but I seen a flying saucer at the age of 7. I'm 51. So we know they true. Because I was 7. Was not smoking nothing. I was 7. I'm 51 years old now. And let me tell you, that shit was outside and it looked just like a saucer, right? With the LED lights, the eerie looking LED lights, and that bitch went sideways. My daddy was with me. He was grown up.
That is funny. Motherfucker had the lowrider on sideways. That is funny.
I'm sure it was low and it was sideways. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't go up. It
Did they have the doors open,
side.
Crystal? Did they have the doors open?
Shit, if it did, my eyes didn't see that. Okay, because to have been talking about the water tower look like a spaceship, my daddy said, no, you don't see a spaceship. You know, that ain't it. Now, mind you, we coming from down the street from my grandma's house. We stayed 5 minutes from my grandma. And we're talking about the water tower because you can see it from her house and you can see it from where we lived at. Because it's you know, it's high and ain't that many tall buildings, right? You can see it through the trees. Anywho, we're talking about that. We pull up in the damn parking lot. We live in like a townhouse. So we pull up in the parking lot and we're walking to our apartment. And this thing comes from over the pond that was behind the house, behind the apartment, right? And it was round with a little cone thing on the top, right? And it had the little funny looking, it had the LED light. Today I know they're LED lights. When I was a kid, I couldn't describe what them lights were, but they're LED lights because we know, you know, LED lights, you know, they go up and down with their tone and shit, right? And my daddy snatched me and my brother, and we lived upstairs. He hit, it was probably about 12 cells. My daddy hit them cells twice. Bam, bam, we was in the motherfucking house, sir. Okay, I was 7, the core was 5. My daddy grabbed the both of us and we was in the house. He hit 2 steps. I promise you he hit 2 steps. The first one and the last one, okay? He bionic manned us into the motherfucking house. So I saw what I saw, but I don't know if the door opened or not. Oh, come on, daddy snatched our asses up so motherfucking quick. Okay, and I seen it with my own eyes, and then I recorded the one I seen 2 years ago on July the 9th. Remember, Sumo, you came in the house to get me? It was like, I got something to show you. I don't see that shit. He was like, girl, come on. I said, oh my God, you are not a star. You are not a star. It was not a star. So in Kentucky, that mean they're going to fly over here in North Carolina then in Kentucky, Michelle. And you might see them in South Carolina. Ain't you like,
today, it was something flying. I got pictures of it too. I thought it was common.
Okay, how far west in South Carolina? You know, I've been to your house 100 times, but I still don't know what direction I'm in when I go. So,
southwest.
West. Okay, west.
3-4 hours, I think.
Yeah, it's about 3.5, 4 hours to get to your house.
And then something happened at the airport last night in Atlanta.
Ooh.
Another one last night. Looks like it was 5 days ago. Something happened. I remember this. We talked about this.
You know, TSA done about quick today and yesterday. Because they ain't getting paid, so they ain't going to work. And it's like a couple of people there, so the lines is moving super duper, extra super duper already slow that they was already moving in slow motion. It was already in slow motion. Now ain't nobody at work. And it's really moving in slow motion. I didn't want to talk to y'all for a few days because, you know, some people just be working my fucking nerves. But when I seen that video about the United States controlling the waterways across the water now, not even in America, they across the water, motherfucker, down, call the shots. Where's James King at?
Isn't that more than just the TSA? Are there more federal government who are getting paid? I think I heard something about that as well a few days ago. It's not just the TSA, right? It's other.
It's a few. It's a few of them. ICE ain't getting paid. DHS ain't getting paid. Now, Social Security always gonna get paid. Food and nutrition, shit like that, Medicaid, that shit is not on the same pay schedule as these ones that are shut down right now currently. My homegirl works for her. She's an accountant for HUD. They get paid too.
Hey, Crystal.
Ma'am.
I don't mean to start no shit though, but
come on, let's start.
So you remember that video we watched like 2-3 weeks ago when the man was talking about the true history of slavery? Girl, why he came out with the true history of dealing with the Indians, with y'all Indians. I just dropped the link down there in the chat, the most recent one with my name Michelle on it. And girl, if you go look at this video, not a video, it's actually a slideshow. It's a bunch of pictures or whatever, right? He said, how was your state's land stolen from Native Americans? Okay, so you scroll, you swipe. He says, Illinois, it was not stolen. We purchased it for $100,000 plus $14,000 a year for 20 years. Then you got Ohio, not stolen, purchased for $20,000 plus $9,500 a year forever.
Lies.
Listen. He said Georgia, not stolen, purchased for $5